Absolute Batman has been one of the best iterations of Batman we've ever seen, and my personal favorite. And today's video is the updated full story for the first 3 volumes, showing us the origin of Absolute Batman and his fights and struggles against Black Mask and Bane, and even shows us the origin of the Absolute Joker, and a whole lot more. I hope you enjoy. Sometime in the past, a young Bruce Wayne leans over the sign for the Bat House, his eyes widened in fascination with the mural. But he turns when his father calls out to him. Thomas Wayne gathers his class at the Gotham Zoo, informing his son that there will be time to visit the Bat House later. But now, a motorcycle roars through the dark and grimy streets of Gotham. It's different from the last time the writer was here. The outward appearance is a shinier city, raising up into the night sky, taller and brighter than before. But the writer knows the truth. He passes the homeless tents to alleys. He sees the criminals waiting in the shadows for someone to witlessly walk by. He turns the motorcycle down an alley and finally stops at his safe house. Alfred Pennyworth pulls off his helmet as he looks around the dark streets. But he doesn't see anything. He chains the motorcycle to the building before heading inside. The safe house is small, allowing him enough room for a kitchenette and a bed. His arsenal displayed on the wall. While his tea brews, Alfred tries to reach out to Julia, his daughter. He doesn't even know if she still lives in Gotham, as they haven't spoken in years. And there is no answer. He leaves a message with a sigh. He finally sits down with his tea and boots up his secure computer. Pennyworth signing in. Connection secure, he reports. There's a brief moment before his handler finally starts speaking. Tea as good as you remember? His handler asks. Alfred shrugs. Delightful. What's the assignment? Images flash across the screen as the handler explains that in the past 3 months, a gang known as the Party Animals have been sowing chaos across the city, raising the murder rate in Gotham by 700% on their own. Alfred sighs as he hears the reasoning. I read the docket, but can I ask why you pulled me out of Singapore? I was this close to the target I've been chasing for months, he says. You're needed there. Your assignment is strictly surveillance. Gather information on the Party Animals, but do not engage, his handler orders. There is a momentary pause before they continue. One note, there might be another player in town. We've only caught glimpses, but he seems to be circling the gang as well. If he gets close, you have authorization to engage him, the handler orders before signing off. Alfred sighs in the quiet safe house. He finishes his tea before picking up his pistol and jacket and heading back out into the night. Stepping outside, he stares in surprise for a moment as he sees that the chain on his lock was cut and his motorcycle is gone. I hate this town, Alfred hisses through gritted teeth. The next day, Croc's gym. Massive fists smacking against a heavy punching bag. Bruce Wayne moves quickly for a man his size, his fist and feet slamming into the bag, drawing looks of shock from those around him. Memories of that day at the zoo flash through his mind. His final moments with his father. The class was looking at the lions, and Thomas discussed with his son that the family would be going out to a movie that night. As the memories of gunshots flash before his eyes, Bruce hits the bag hard enough to break through the canvas, sending sand everywhere. Really? Waylon asks as he walks over, cradling a crocodile. Bruce sighs and stares at the mess. Sorry, Waylon, he whispers. The gym owner shakes his head and smiles a little. So, let's make it 90 for the bag and 30 for the sand, he says. The sand comes in the bag, Bruce points out as he takes off his equipment and grabs his gym bag. For the cleanup of the sand, my friend. My time is costly these days, Waylon says as he pets his croc. Bruce can't believe his friend is going through with his exotic pet scheme and points out that having Ozzy help him out with the logistics isn't a great idea. He's gonna get you busted any day now, Bruce says as he pulls on his jacket. Bruce heads towards the door, with Waylon asking if he's coming to poker this week. Everyone's in this week. Eddie, Harvey, Oz. I even think Selena might, Waylon says. But Bruce shakes his head. At least tell me you're going to the town hall meeting tonight, Waylon presses. But Bruce once again shuts him down and heads towards the door. The whole city's coming apart. These party animals are destroying everything, Waylon shouts for him. I gotta go, Bruce calls over his shoulder, promising to pay for the bag. Waylon watches his friend leave. This is our home, man. Someone's gotta do something, Waylon sighs. He turns and looks at a picture of the old neighborhood friends. That night, aboard the yacht of Roman Sionis, Don Maroney and Don Falcone sit across from the masked crime lord at an overstuffed dining table. Nearby, a masked child and woman sit in the pool, while a masked DJ plays music nearby. Maroney leans across the table, pointing at Roman with his cigar. Well, rumor is, these party animal pieces of shit are your guys, Maroney snaps, reminding Roman that there are rules in Gotham. Falcone nods, explaining that Roman needs to take his gang and leave Gotham by dawn, or they're all dead. The woman gets out of the pool, putting on a robe and joining them at the table. Baby, show them the masks, she says as she sits down. The child joined them with a towel wrapped around his shoulders. Roman turns his masked face to her, perhaps smiling. Good idea, sweetheart, he says. Behind them, in the shadows of the ship, lights begin to click on, revealing masks in cases. Roman explains that these are death masks, molded from people's corpses. As more lights flick on, Maroney's eyes widen as he sees the face of his brother. The lights continue to click on as Roman shows both Maroney and Falcone the faces of all their lieutenants and family members in the mob. Roman sits and pours himself a glass of champagne. I have 2 places left, just for you, Roman says. The child is suddenly behind them, stabbing Maroney in the eyes before leaping up and pulling a garrote tight against Falcone's throat. Roman sighs and sips from his glass, ordering the DJ to turn the music up. The next day, the party animals continue their reign of chaos throughout the city, but as night falls, someone prepares to fight back. Bruce Wayne stands upon a rooftop, pulling on his cowl and leaping off into the night air. At the town hall meeting, Mayor Gordon stands before the people of Gotham, telling them that he is doing everything possible to end the party animal problem. But the people don't believe him, shouting that he is being soft on crime, despite his history as police commissioner. Outside, Alfred is in a nearby building. He watches as a large group of party animals approach the town hall, weapons at the ready. He taps a button on his comms. Pennyworth reporting, sir. Party animals are at the site. Heavily armed. Mass casualties possible, sir. Permission to engage, he says. There's a brief pause. Permission denied, Pennyworth. Whatever happens there, observe only, the handler orders. Inside, people are still shouting, and a woman finally stands, looking not to Gordon, but to the faces of the crowd. People, look at us. This is what they want. All of us are fighting, scared, blaming each other, she says. She points to Gordon, explaining that she works with the mayor's office and she trusts him to solve this problem. But it's not just up to him or Commissioner Bullock. It's up to all of us to stop these killers, to come together, she says. Suddenly, The doors creak open, and a grenade bounces into the room. The flashbang detonates, and everyone screams in fear as they hit the ground. The doors burst open, and masked criminals charge in, automatic weapons raised. But Gordon stands tall on the stage. "Up here! Look at me! Whatever you want, deal with me!" he shouts. The lead party animal nods and aims his rifle. "Bye, Jimmy," he calls, and fires off a burst. The rounds chew through the podium, and Gordon hits the ground, grunting with pain. The leader orders his men to fire, but something grabs them and pulls them outside, and the doors slam shut behind them. Officer Barbara Gordon charges forward and pulls the door open. Her pistol is ready, but she stops short as a masked man stares at her. "Whatever you hear, you do not open this door," Batman growls. Nearby, Alfred watches with interest, ignoring his orders to engage with a vigilante. He watches as Batman drops smoke pellets, obscuring himself from the small army of the gang. Gunfire rattles in front of the city hall, but the Batman moves quickly through the smoke, lashing out with punches and kicks to knock the gang members aside. His cape seems to harden as he twirls, using it as a weapon. The first group is down, but the second charges forward. Alfred watches as Batman reaches up and pulls the ears off of his cowl, revealing blades. He whirls through the crowd, slashing and cutting. Alfred is impressed. Batman's knife work is exact. He cuts where he knows to do damage, but not kill his opponents. An idealist. Bloody hell. Alfred sighs as he watches through his scope. Only a few of the party animals remain, and a large one steps forward, brandishing a meat cleaver. But Batman reaches into his belt, pulling out a set of pliers. He reaches up and pulls the bat signal off of his chest and connects them, creating a battle axe. The large party animal charges forward with a bellow of rage, but Batman whirls and cuts the hand from the gang member's body. The criminal looks down in shock, clutching at the stump where his hand used to be. "I hear they can reattach them sometimes. There's a hospital 3 blocks south of here. Or is it east? I forget. I'd run if I were you," Batman growls as he looks at the remaining criminals. They all suddenly turn and run, rushing down the steps of the city hall to escape. On the rooftop, Alfred nods. Well done. But if he were a true tactician, he'd have set a trap for those fleeing, Alfred thinks to himself. But he watches as Batman pulls out a detonator and blows up the street as the party animals reach it. Smoke fills the scene. Alfred pulls out his shotgun and descends upon the carnage. Moving silently through the smoke, he comes up behind Batman and aims his weapon. The high-tech shotgun begins to whirl to life. That is the sound of a DC-34 automatic shotgun, son. There are only 3 of them in the world. It could blow your brains all over this sidewalk before you even blink, Alfred hisses. But Batman moves fast, whirling and kicking the old man in the stomach. He snatches the shotgun away. "Sounds dangerous," Batman growls before leaping up and away. Alfred leaps to his feet, but is shocked to find the vigilante has disappeared. But the fight isn't over. Alfred spends the next several days tracking the vigilante, putting all of his skills to use in discovering that it is Bruce Wayne. He follows the young man as he moves around the city and learns all he can about him. Bruce Wayne grew up in Crime Alley. His mother is a social worker, his father a teacher. Bruce was smart, excelled in school, but his life truly began when his class took a trip to the Gotham Zoo. There was a shooter. Thomas Wayne had hidden the children in the Bat House, shutting the door behind them before turning to confront the shooter. Bruce had called out to his father before they were locked in the dark. For a time, Bruce had lashed out at the world, but then he turned his life around, went to college, varying his studies, mechanics, chemistry, criminal psychology, military theory, socio-cultural history, preparing himself. Finally, he returned home and went to work for the city. Now, Alfred watches as Bruce walks through his old neighborhood, finally arriving at his destination. Alfred watches as Bruce stares up at a woman sitting on her front step. The woman smiles at Bruce. Seriously? Making your poor mother wait an hour out here on the cold, hard streets of Gotham? Martha Wayne asks. Bruce helps her up and puts an arm around his mother's shoulder. Sorry, Mom. I just swung by the zoo. I heard what happened at the town hall last night. Are you okay? He asks as he leads her inside. Alfred watches from across the street. He sighs. He doesn't want to take the kid in front of his mother. Later, Bruce sits in one of his many belfries, the penthouse of the richest buildings in Gotham, a place that is rented but never occupied. He taps a button on his computer setup. There's more to these ape skull masks than first appears. They aren't just for protection or intimidation. When I cracked one open, the circuitry inside, Bruce says into a recorder. But there is a sound behind him and he taps the button to cut the feed. Alfred is moving through the shadows, his pistol at the ready. He knows Bruce is aware of his entrance. Pretty smart, mate, hiding out in the tops of these buildings. All the top floors are owned by companies and oligarchs who never use them. Just hollow investments. You know this because you worked for them, Alfred calls. He steps around the corner, pistol up and at the ready. But I'm closing you down right now, Alfred snaps. But Batman is standing behind him, stolen shotgun at the ready. He racks around and raises the weapon. Alfred cocks an eyebrow at him. Ah, thought you were better than that, son. You get cornered and all those ideals go out the window? Alfred asks. He lowers his weapon and holds out his hand. Give me the gun, kid. You're no killer, Alfred orders. But Batman fires. The blast takes Alfred in the face and knocks him to the ground. He grits his teeth through the pain. Ugh, the damn kid converted the shotgun to non-lethal, he hisses. He looks up at the sound of a revving motor, and Batman suddenly screeches by on Alfred's stolen bike. You're not the only one who follows people. Batman growls at him before roaring forward and leaping out of the building, shattering the window and sailing off into the night. Alfred watches him, blood leaking from the tiny batarangs sticking in his face. Where the hell is he going to land? Alfred hisses. Later, Alfred sits in his safe house in front of his computer, his face bandaged up. I'll get him next time he interferes, he reports. Understood. Just stay focused on the party animals, the handler orders. There's another pause before the handler continues. Oh, thought you'd want to know. Your old target. We lost him somewhere in the Philippines. He's in the wind, the handler says. Meanwhile, in Manila, 2 helicopter pilots are preparing for a flight. The co-pilot turns to his partner. So just sir? Nothing else? He asks. The pilot shakes his head. Nope. Don't even know his real name. When you're one of the 30 richest men on the planet, you can do whatever you want, I guess, he says with a shrug. The pilot reminds his partner not to make any jokes. Why? The co-pilot asks as they watch the man approaching. The guy never laughs. Not at anything. Ever. The pilot begins to say, right before their boss slides open the helicopter doors. His face is obscured by the shadows as he climbs in. The Joker. Gotham Zoo, the past. Tears in his eyes, Bruce bangs on the door to the bat enclosure, unaware that his father's body is slumped against it. He shouts for his father, but there's no answer. Behind him, the noise has stirred the nocturnal creatures and one hisses at him, crawling towards him. The glass shatters as the colony rushes at him, seemingly called by destiny. Bruce screams as the darkness overwhelms him. Now, Alfred continues to observe the party animals, who continue their war against Gotham without any apparent purpose, while Batman continues his war against crime. Batman meets the party animals at the Gotham Aquarium, brutally fighting them off even after being stabbed several times. He rushes through the crowd, dropping several of them with brutal haymakers and clotheslines. He whirls to find the gang members swarming at him, but he yells out a bellow of rage and turns, smashing through the glass and flooding the entire room with water. Batman leaps up and hangs from the ceiling. "Wow, you got us wet. Not like you can stay up there forever," the party animals shout as they begin to regain their footing. The Batman reaches into his belt and pulls free a pellet. He drops it into the water, and in moments, it begins to swirl green and smoke. The pellet was a formula that turned salt water into hydrochloric acid. Minutes later, the party animals are rushing outside. Their skin and clothes smoke as they run into the waiting arms of the GCPD. And Batman is already gone, disappearing into the tunnels beneath the city. Alfred watches all of this on the CCTV that he's tapped into. He's been tracking Bruce, observing him when he can. He knows that Batman has bunkers throughout the city that he hides in, almost like caves. He watched as the party animals tracked Batman to his high-rise base of operations. Briefly, he thought of warning the hero, but it turns out Bruce didn't need the help. The explosion could be seen throughout the city. Alfred sighed as he watched the monitors. In the military, he was taught to advance forward and retreat and regroup. But he's starting to think that this Batman knows nothing about retreating and regrouping. He is just the physical embodiment of advance forward. The next day, Mayor Gordon leans back in his hospital bed. The TV is on with the reporters talking about the war between Batman and the party animals. The reporters are talking to former Mayor Hill, who has announced his run for re-election, noting that crime has gotten out of control under Mayor Gordon, and that the party animals and Batman are just the tip of the iceberg. "Turn it off, Bullock!" Gordon coughs as he leans back in his bed and sighs. Commissioner Bullock nods and turns off the TV. "Sure, Jimmy. I just thought you'd want to know what's going on," he shrugs. Bullock glares at the final images of Batman. "We need to take him down fast," Bullock snaps, explaining that Batman is forcing the animals to up their game in response to his presence. "You do remember when he saved your life, right?" Barbara Gordon asks from her seat at the edge of Jim's bed, but Bullock whirls on her. "Barb, for all we know, he's on their side. Some kind of secret partner, trying to make us look bad," Bullock theorizes. Suddenly, the door opens and Martha Wayne steps inside. "Sorry to interrupt," she says as a greeting as she crosses over to Barbara and gives her a big hug. The four talk for a moment before Bullock and Barbara are called away on police business. "The party animals are tearing up the Port Authority." Bullock sighs as he motions for Barbara to follow him, and they exit the room. Gordon sighs as he watches his daughter leave. "What is this world we've given them, Mar? When we were their age, we were crazy, sure, thinking we could change it all. But it still felt possible then, you know?" Gordon asks wistfully. Martha nods as she opens a window and lights a cigarette. "Yeah, well, I guess they'll just have to be crazier than we were," she says with a shrug as she takes a few puffs. "You sound like Thomas," Gordon tells her. She nods. "I miss him, Jimmy. It's funny. I actually think he would have liked Batman," she admits. She hands the cigarette to Jim, and he takes a few puffs from it, coughing only a little. "You know, I still think about it every day. When we found him," Gordon says. His memories flashing back to finding Bruce in the bat enclosure, covered in animals as they swarmed over him. He didn't even see Bruce at first underneath all the bats, until he screamed, scattering the creatures. Martha's own memories flash back to Bruce as a child. He became subdued after his father's death, withdrawn, didn't want to speak to her, didn't want to see his friends. He had just shouted at her, yelled for her to leave him alone. She didn't know it, but he had thrown his science fair medal out the window and collapsed on his bed as tears spilled from his eyes. Now, elsewhere in the city, Bruce Wayne has accepted Waylon Jones's invite and joins his old crew for poker. They gasp in shock and launch friendly barbs from across the room as Bruce removes his jacket and sits down. "Gracing us with your presence?" Oswald shouts. But Bruce shrugs and smiles. "Lay off. I've been busy," he tells him. "Bruce, will you please sit down so I can go back to counting cards?" Edward says. Harvey begins to deal, flashing a politician's smile. "We're playing for the big pot. 1,700 and change up for grabs," he explains to Bruce. Bruce glances over at the empty seat, normally reserved for Selina. "Anyone heard from her lately?" Edward asks. Waylon shrugs. "I got a postcard a couple months ago from Cairo," he tells them. The old group of friends sit and play for a while, swapping old stories and discussing current events. Finally, Bruce ups the ante and puts a party animal mask on the table, bringing gasps of surprise from his friends. "Where did you get that thing, man?" Oswald asks, leaning in to peer through the mask's dark eyes. "I found it. I'm heading the repair crew at City Hall," Bruce tells them with a shrug. Edward leans over it, studying the machine work and electronics. "I see 4 different chips in the outer weave," Edward tells them, explaining that it could act as a GPS and tell you where the party animals would attack next. He leans even closer, his eyes widened. "But these other chips, these are Premier," he says softly. Edward glances at his friends as he lifts the mask. "I'll be borrowing this," he says with a smile. Bruce glances at Oswald, and the conversation shifts to what the party animals could want in Gotham. The crew continues to play cards as Oswald notes that the gang doesn't seem to want anything. "As far as I can tell, these guys just want to wreck the city," Oswald says before folding. Harvey thinks the whole thing is political, that everything Roman and the party animals are after is power and money. Harvey doesn't know much about the party animals, but he has heard that former Mayor Hill has been taking in a lot of money for his re-election campaign. "This guy I know works for him. Says Hill is riding high on some new purse he calls his golden chest." Harvey explains as the game ends. Later, Batman slips through the window of Hill's campaign office, moving smoothly through the shadows despite his size. He picks the lock to Hill's office and cracks his computer, searching through the files. "Come on, where are you?" he hisses in the darkness as he searches through the files. But then he comes across a folder labeled Arkham. Suddenly, the monitors on the wall light up, revealing Roman Sionis's masked face. "Well, hello there. Finally, Batman, we meet. Unfortunately, we don't have much time to chat," the villain says. Batman glares at the image, but Black Mask only smiles. "I like you, I do. You're my kind of party, so I'll make you a deal. Everything you've ever wanted. But you do have a problem. We tipped off the whole GCPD, and my people have the building surrounded. Still, I'll be waiting for your call. All you have to do is survive," Roman says before the monitors go dark. Batman turns as party animals in the building over launch a rocket at the office. Fire and smoke fill the room as the rocket explodes. But when the smoke clears, Batman is standing ready. He moves fast, rushing towards the elevator. Forcing the doors open, he leaps down the shaft until he lands on one of the cars. He cracks the maintenance hatch to find Alfred Pennyworth waiting for him. "Hear me out," the Brit says as Batman drops down next to him. "You're a good detective, kid, but I've learned some things about the party animals. They're not what they seem." Alfred explains, telling Batman that he thinks they can help each other. "Just give me a chance to explain," he continues. Batman stares at him for a moment. 30 seconds, he growls. Alfred nods. "All right, thank you. But first we need to get out of here. I have a car hidden out back, unless you have one," Alfred says. Batman nods and hits a few hidden switches. "You're standing in it," he says, gritting his teeth as the whole elevator car suddenly lurches forward. Outside, the police are shocked as a massive bat-themed dump truck crashes through the wall and drives over their vehicles. Meanwhile, in the past, young Bruce is crying on his bed, but a voice calls to him from the window. "You lose something?" the girl asks. Bruce looks up in shock at Selena sitting in the window. She smiles at him and motions him to follow her. "Get up, you're coming with me." In the past, Selena Kyle leads young Bruce Wayne across the rooftops, shouting for him to be careful and follow her. She walks a quick tightrope across a cable connecting two buildings and looks back at him with a smile. "Are you crazy? We could die!" Bruce shouts as she looks back at him with a smile, but she shakes her head. "Bruce, it's only 2 stories. At most, you'd break a leg or 2, she tells him. He looks down in fear, but Selena waves her arms to get his attention, telling him to focus on her and only her. "Don't see the drop. Don't see anything past this ledge right here," she tells him. Bruce nods and begins to make his way across, but he slips at the last moment, his arms pinwheeling as he begins to fall. But Selena reaches out and grabs his hand, pulling him to safety. "Look at me," she says softly. "You're okay," she tells him as they walk across the rooftop, still holding hands. Present day. There is a roar of a massive engine as the Bat dump truck roars down the Gotham Broadway. Alfred pushes open the doors that were once attached to an elevator and looks around in astonishment. "What the hell are you doing? You can't just plow straight through the city. They'll overtake us in no time," he shouts at Batman. Behind them, there is a roar of motorcycles as the party animals give chase, pulling free weapons and cheering with joy at the excitement. "You'd better talk fast," Batman growls, reminding Alfred that he has 30 seconds to plead his case. But Alfred is distracted as the party animals open fire and bullets begin to bounce around him. "In my field, there are rumors of a man called Black Mask," Alfred shouts as he draws his pistol and returns fire, explaining that Black Mask funds terrorism, government destabilization, and violent disruption throughout the world. "I believe that Roman Sionis, the leader of the party animals, may be the Black Mask," Alfred shouts over the sound of his pistol thundering in his hands. 25 seconds, Batman growls. His eyes widen as one of the party animals pulls out a rocket launcher and fires, but the Bat truck suddenly swerves, screeching around a corner. Alfred reloads and keeps firing, tagging several of the gang members. "Bloody hell. We need to abandon this thing and find a vehicle that can go fast," Alfred shouts. Inside the cockpit, Batman almost seems to smile in the shadows. "I'll pretend you didn't say that," he says as he taps a button. Alfred looks around in surprise at the screech of hydraulics, and suddenly, the dump truck transforms into a high-speed monster truck. "You have 20 seconds, if you manage to hold on," Batman calls as he steps on the gas, and the monster truck's engine belches flames as they speed down the road. The party animals push their vehicles to keep up, still firing at Alfred as he pulls himself inside the truck. "Listen to me, damn it! I can help you!" Alfred snaps. Batman nods. "Prove it! 15 seconds, he calls. Alfred drops down into a gun turret and activates the weapons. He opens fire, the machine guns firing mini bat projectiles with an electrical charge, stunning and taking out the vehicles of their pursuers. "If Sionis is Black Mask, then he's too big to fight, too dangerous," Alfred shouts, but Batman shakes his head. "I'll build bigger then. 10 seconds, he growls. But Alfred disagrees. He continues to fire as he suggests that Batman take the deal that Sionis offered him, to stand down for 1 week and receive a reward. "Quit! Forget it!" Batman snaps. He taps another button, and a massive wrecking ball on a chain drops out of the back of the monster truck. It bounces along behind them, taking out several of the party animal vehicles. Alfred shakes his head in amazement, and he turns back to Batman. explaining that Batman won't be quitting. He can take whatever Sionis pays him for the deal and use it to build stronger, better, save lives through diplomacy. You can set up Batman as something real in Gotham, something with impact, Alfred says, explaining that his employers will gather intel on Black Mask's activities in Gotham and eventually take him down. We all win, Alfred says. Batman suddenly hits the brakes, and the monster truck screeches to a halt. Alfred looks out through the ball turret and realizes that they are now surrounded by police at the end of the Gotham Pier. There's no way back, and the bay is in front of them. Alfred readies himself and turns back to the radio. We make a decent team, kid. Tell me you have something to get us out of this one, and let's keep it going, Alfred calls. Batman pauses for a moment before nodding. The lever in front of you, he instructs. Alfred reaches down for the lever and pulls it, and the ejector seat is activated, and Alfred is launched into the air, splashing down in the bay in surprise. Batman hits the gas, and the monster truck launches off the pier and disappears into the bay. Back in the past, Bruce and Selina finally arrive at one of her favorite roofs. A small gathering of cats come out to welcome them, purring as Selina sits amongst them. I heard you're in a new place. How is it? Bruce asks. Selina shakes her head and continues to pet her friends. Not there anymore, she says, explaining that while people like the idea of fostering a child, they don't usually like the reality. Well, where are you now? Bruce asks as he pets the cats around him. Selina smiles and looks up. I'm here with you and them. I come up here and these guys, they always show up, purring, she says with a smile. After a while, the two continue their journey, finally arriving at an old movie theater. So, why are we here? Really? Bruce asks as they walk inside. Selina smiles and motions to a row of seats. Because I want to show you something, she says softly. Suddenly, the movie begins to play and Zorro appears on the screen. Anger flashes across Bruce's eyes as he glares at her. What do you think you're doing? He snaps. In the present, Bruce is sitting in the workshop of his friend, Edward Nygma. Edward motions to his robot that he has hooked up to the party animal ape skull mask. Ask away, Bruce, Edward says with a smile as the robot turns its glowing eyes upon Bruce. I came to talk to you, man, Bruce says, but Edward shakes his head, explaining that the robot, who he calls Al, has a map of Edward's brain and contains 4/5 of all human knowledge. Bruce sighs and finally agrees. How do the party animals' ape skulls work? He asks. Al explains that the mask has 3 functions. It protects the wearer's identity from all global deciphering means. It creates a wallet for the wearer that is connected to a highly protected network of cryptocurrency called Blackcoin, and it provides objectives and targets to the wearer that they can complete for payment. All members of the party animals can get quite wealthy, quite quickly, Al explains. Bruce nods. How would someone disrupt this network? He asks. But Al motions to the monitors nearby, and images from around the world begin to appear. The network is far too expansive for anyone to bring down, he says, explaining that the satellites are connected around the world. Bruce ponders on this and then shakes his head. There has to be some way, he says softly. But Edward steps forward, suggesting that they merely destroy the mask and forget all about this. He doesn't want to help you, Bruce, even if he could, Al explains. But Edward shakes his head, explaining that he is merely looking out for Bruce's well-being. Suddenly, Bruce's phone buzzes. He answers it to hear Harvey Dent's voice. Harvey explains that he looked into the ARC-M fund and discovered that a lot of it comes from a company called JK Holdings. Highly diversified around the globe, but they specialize in building secure facilities, private prisons, Bruce. And not just ordinary ones either. Black sites, Harvey says, whispering so that no one in his office hears him talking about this. Meanwhile, Commissioner Harvey Bullock is meeting former Mayor Hill on board a yacht at the docks. Hill smiles widely and holds out a hand. "Welcome! I appreciate you agreeing to meet with me," Hill says. Bullock shakes his hand, but doesn't smile. "You're not getting my endorsement, Hill. If that's why you invited me here, you can forget it," Bullock says. But Hill shakes his head and motions to the yacht. "Whoa! Slow down, Commissioner. I'm not trying to steal you away from old Jimmy. I just wanted to introduce you to a friend of mine," Hill says. At that moment, Dr. Benjamin appears at the top of the walkway on the boat. "Mr. Sionis is waiting in the body room," Dr. Benjamin says from behind his dark goggles. He leads them through the ship into a training room, where Roman Sionis is sparring with former heavyweight champ, Bibbo Bibowski. Bullock watches as the much smaller Sionis easily brings down the former champ. While Sionis is fighting, he explains to Bullock that he is a professional pacifist. "I help bring peace to troubled areas of the world," Sionis says as he grabs hold of Bibbo's arm and snaps it at the elbow. "Good places where the people are being taken advantage of by bad people. And this city, it could use some peace these days. Bad people are tearing Gotham apart," Sionis says. He scrambles across the mat and wraps his arms around Bibbo's neck and begins to squeeze. "You have to get things under control. My people can get you plenty of choppers and tactical vehicles, all through state channels, all above board. So, what do you say?" Sionis asks, ignoring Bibbo as he tries to tap out, and his eyes begin to go red. "All right, man, he's had enough, damn!" Bullock shouts. Sionis nods and releases Bibbo, allowing him to collapse to the floor. He stands, barely breathing heavily, and reaches for his robe. "Don't worry about him, Commissioner. He'll be fine. Now come, let's talk about peace," Sionis says as he motions Bullock and Hill out of the room. In the past, Bruce stands and is about to leave the theater, but Selina reaches for him. "I'm leaving," Bruce snaps. But his other friends are suddenly there, grabbing him and pulling him back into the theater seats, candy and popcorn in their hands. "The hell you are," Oswald says with a smile as Edward throws popcorn at them. "Popcorn attack!" Bruce finally relents and they all sit down. They laugh and shout, enjoying being kids for a moment. In the back row, Martha Wayne smiles for a moment as Bruce enjoys his life again. Present day. Martha comes into the kitchen to find her son sitting and eating his breakfast. "Bruce, you scared me. What is it, honey? What's on your mind?" she asks. But Bruce explains that he was just in the neighborhood and stopped by to say hello. She raises an eyebrow, not fully believing him, but explains that she has to head out. "I was just thinking that maybe with all the chaos in the city, you could kind of, I don't know, lie low," Bruce suggests. But Martha shakes her head, explaining that she is stepping up to help Mayor Gordon as deputy mayor. "The chaos is exactly why I can't lie low, Bruce," she tells him. Bruce becomes angry, telling his mother that she is just painting a bullseye on her back. "I believe in what Jim is trying to do, and I'm going to try and help. That's who we are, who I am, who your father was," Martha reminds him, and Bruce glares at her. "And look how it turned out for him," he snaps. Martha glares right back at her son before putting her hands on his shoulders. "I'm going to kiss you now, so I don't slap you," she says before leaning down and kissing him on the top of his head. "Goodbye, Bruce. Clean up when you're done," she whispers before walking out and leaving him in the kitchen. The next day, former Mayor Hill holds a press conference announcing that Police Commissioner Bullock has endorsed his run for the mayor of Gotham, and Hill points out the chaos and crime in the city. That night, terror and fire spread in the darkness of Gotham as the party animals continue their war. Later, Bruce sits in another of his bunkers, this one at the old Gotham Zoo, now shut down. He's plugged into the party animal mask and hears Sionis's voice coming from his phone. That's right, 200 million to stand down for 1 week, and I'll make sure we go a little bit easier on Gotham. I hope you're smiling just thinking about it, Sionis offers. Bruce doesn't respond and sits there thinking. Think about all the good Batman could do with that kind of money. The cars, the weapons, the tech. He'll be larger than life, Sionis continues. Finally, Bruce interrupts him. Enough. I'll take the deal, he finally says. The past. The courtroom is quiet as a young Bruce Wayne takes the stand. The judge looks at those gathered. This morning, Mr. Chill was prepared to give a statement, but Mr. Wayne has requested to speak first, the judge explains. He looks down at Bruce Wayne, whose eyes are shut tight. You can go ahead now, son. What is it you have to say? The judge asks. Bruce opens his eyes, and a single anger-fueled tear runs down his cheek. A short time ago, the gangbangers stand on the rooftop, smiling at the apartment residents that are dangerously close to the edge. The leader of the gang steps forward and glances at those gathered. Go on, convince me. Tell me why you three alone think you should be exempt when everyone else chips in, he says. He motions to the city around them. Historic Park Row. Upkeep takes money. 10 Thieves isn't a gang. We only want to keep this place safe. And without proper funding, we just can't do that, the gang leader says as he steps forward, demanding to know why Mrs. Wynn refuses to pay. But she glares at him, refusing to pay anyone for the right to live in her own home. The gang leader sighs and reaches out and pushes her gently, sending Mrs. Wynn over the side of the building, and he turns to the others. See? If we don't stay vigilant, things get unpredictable real fast. You never know what could happen, he says with a chuckle. But he turns in shock as Mrs. Wynn is suddenly tossed back onto the rooftop. The gangbangers look around in shock, unaware of the shadow creeping up behind them. The cloaked figure opens his mouth, bearing sharp fangs as his eyes begin to glow. The bat lets out a screeching cry as it leaps among them. Wait, wait! One of the gangbangers shouts in fear as the cloaked bat leaps forward and bites into his neck. The gang member lets out a strangled cry and falls away, foam falling from his lips. The bat whirls, slashing across the next gang member with his claws. He whirls again as the gang leader draws his pistol and fires. Stay away, or I'll blow your damn head off! The leader shouts, but the bullets have no effect, seeming to just bounce off the dark wings of the bat. The monster steps forward and draws its own pistol, aiming it at the gang leader's head. But he hesitates, memories of his father flashing before his eyes. Thomas walked into the room as Bruce continued to work on his project. I chose a bat, Bruce says as he looks up from his makeshift bridge model. He shows his father, explaining that it's for the Young Engineers competition at the zoo. A lot of their animals come from distressed areas, so we have to build a bridge for a place like that, and theme it around an animal, Bruce tells him as he motions to the spires on his bridge, modeled after bat wings. Thomas looks at it, noting that it looks quite intimidating. I just wonder if that's the best strategy for a place in need. Intimidation? Thomas points out. The pistol shakes slightly in Bruce's hand, his father's words echoing in his mind. Suddenly, the door bangs open behind him as more gang members flood out. The bat whirls and leaps off the roof. His cloak billows as it catches the wind and he swings off into the night, seeming to fly away from the danger. Later, Bruce stands in his lair. He shakes his head as he stares into the fire. The criminals were afraid of him, but it was all theatrics. The animal noises, the fake teeth with paralytics, the claws and the gun. He is disgusted with himself, and he throws it all into the fire. He needs another way. Time passes. He continues to study, to train, to build and create. He he needs to do better, to be the thing that criminals fear. He studies his city, moving out at night, watching the gangs and the corrupt GCPD. He finds where the Falcones and Maronis are bringing weapons and drugs in at the docks. They move in the open, unafraid of the police on their payroll. That night, an 18-wheeler pulls away from the docks, loaded up with illegal goods. Behind them, a remote-controlled car moves fast to catch up. It drives underneath the truck just as it enters a tunnel. The drivers have no idea, but their headlights suddenly illuminate a man dressed as a bat in front of them. "What the? Run him down!" the passenger shouts. But Batman is prepared. He hits a button on the remote control and the small car detonates, slamming up into the 18-wheeler and smashing the trailer into the roof of the tunnel. And the truck behind it hits the brakes, but screeches to the side and slams into the guardrail. The mobsters get out quickly, trying to figure out what happened, but Batman is suddenly there, leaping from the shadows. He lashes out with foot and fist, knocking the mobsters down in mere moments. Batman stands there as the last goon falls. He is barely breathing heavily. "I think maybe I figured it out," young Bruce tells his father as he shows him his newest version of the Bat Bridge. It's smaller now, less intimidating, but more functional, able to adapt to different situations depending on the area. Like bats with echolocation, Thomas watches as Bruce shows him everything, and he smiles. "It's really impressive, bud. I love it," Thomas tells him. And Bruce nods. "Do you think it's good enough to win?" he asks. Thomas shrugs slightly and looks down at his son. "I don't know, but all that matters is that you feel like it's the best you can do. That it shows what's special about a bat, at its core," Thomas tells him. Bruce ponders this and questions how you can know what something is at its core. Thomas thinks about it for a moment and tells his son that at one point he wanted to be a heart surgeon, to help people. But eventually he married Martha and they had Bruce, which meant that he couldn't afford med school, so he became a teacher instead. Thomas explains that at his core, he wanted to help people, and helping children learn the skills they needed to succeed in life helped him do that. So at his core, he is doing what he wants to do. Bruce nods and thinks on his father's words. Bruce looks up at Court. His face is a mask of anger. "I know Mr. Chill gets to make a statement today," Bruce begins. He lets the court know that he has had time to reflect on what happened at the zoo that day, that he remembers being there with his class, there for a competition that Bruce had entered. Bruce explains that he looked back, and for a moment, he saw that his father was proud of him. He remembered seeing his father and feeling so happy. Another tear falls from Bruce's eyes and streaks down his cheek. And I knew it. In that moment, this was as happy as it gets. Ever. I wanted to stay in it, to never leave that moment, Bruce says softly. He glares at Joe Chill, his words coming out in a hiss. "You killed that happiness, Mr. Chill, forever. So I'm not staying for anything you have to say. I don't care what made you do what you did. I just need you to know that I hate you," Bruce shouts. The judge bangs his gavel, demanding order in his court as Bruce continues to yell, and those gathered begin to murmur. Long ago, young Bruce calls his father, asking him to come see his final project. Bruce explains that he thought about it, and at its core, the bat-styled bridge needed to be everything for the people who needed it, that it needed to be intimidating and adaptable. He pulls away the cloth, revealing the bridge with an even more bat-shaped design. It's got everything the other designs had, but this one, it's got an extra feature. It flies. It's lightweight, foldable. It could be dropped from a plane and parachuted down, so the people can set it up themselves. It'd be a tool to use however they need. They don't have to rely on the powers that be to set it up. It makes the bridge theirs. They can use it for aid, for defense, even offense, Bruce explains with a smile. In the not-so-distant past, Bruce continues to build bigger and better. He trains, making himself stronger. He studies the world. He creates his armor, his equipment. He finds his belfries, his bunkers around the city. He becomes what the city of Gotham needs: intimidating, adaptable. He stands ready with the new equipment, a type of material that can harden and soften through the flexing of his wrist and hand. Record. Testing bat thumb, Bruce says to his computers. He grips his hand and the rod retracts, becoming a type of claw. He smiles. He's found his symbol. He creates Batman. He is ready. Night falls over the city, and the rich and elite gather for the annual Dance for a Better Gotham charity ball. Batman watches from the skylight above as the rich and elite mingle. He placed directional mics and listened in on their conversations. These people supposedly want to make Gotham a better place, but they really don't. They merely want to make themselves richer. They don't care about the city or the people that live in it. But Bruce isn't there for any of them. He is after Randall Powers, the man who owns the trucking company that Maroni and Falcone use. Taking out the goons and gangsters won't stop the shipments. They'll just get someone else to do it. But Batman has decided that if you take out the means of getting the guns and the drugs into the city, you make it too difficult for the mob to do their job. Suddenly, there is a buzz of a helicopter as it crests the building. A spotlight shoots down, and for a moment, Batman is illuminated.
You there! Lie down with your hands behind your back!
A cop shouts over the loudspeaker, but Batman whirls and leaps away into the night, swinging off into the darkness and disappearing. Later, Bruce has traveled to Blackgate Prison. Someone has requested to speak with him. Bruce walks into the visitation room and glares at the man behind the glass. Joe Chill just stares back. Anger flashes through Bruce, and he tightens his fist. Finally, he steps forward and picks up the phone. Well, you had something to say? Bruce asks the man who killed his father. Batman turns the motorcycle, revving the engine and roaring through the night, passing the waiting party animals on each corner, daring them to do something, to break the deal that he set up with Black Mask. Alfred is watching him with the tracker that he placed on the motorcycle, hoping the young vigilante doesn't do anything stupid, doesn't do anything to break the peace agreement. But Batman keeps moving, finally arriving at the meeting location they set up. Well done, Alfred whispers. Meanwhile, across town, Martha Wayne walks into the office of Mayor Jim Gordon, asking if he's ready to go. Look, Mar, I just want to say that I'm sorry that, Jim starts to say. No, we haven't lost yet, Martha reminds him. But Jim shakes his head, motioning to the TV press conference, pointing out that Harvey Bullock is thrown in with Hill. I didn't see that one coming. Stings, he whispers. But he turns to her, explaining that he isn't saying that he's sorry for potentially losing the election. He's sorry that they aren't turning on the memorial light at the Gotham Zoo. When you see Bruce, tell him I said so. Please, because that's what really stings, Gordon tells her. It was years ago, at the funeral for Thomas Wayne. The rain fell from the sky over Gotham, washing Bruce's face and hiding his tears. Go on, honey, Martha says as Bruce steps up under the shelter of Gordon's umbrella. You wanted to talk to me, Mr. Gordon? Bruce asks. Jim nods and leans down to the young man, explaining that his father was one of the bravest men he had ever met. He sort of shone with it. I see that when I look at you, Jim says. But Bruce doesn't look up, his face masked in shadows as he looks at the floor. Jim stares at him for a moment before nodding. I'll let you go now, but I also wanted you to know that they're going to tear down the zoo, okay? Build something practical. You won't have to look at it ever again. It'll be gone for good, okay? Jim asks. In the present day, Batman waits on the rooftop. Alfred continues to watch him from a distance, noting the young man's back tensing, as if preparing. Easy there, easy, Alfred whispers. He turns his night vision to the nearby rooftops, noting the party animals, snipers, and rocket teams. Villains just waiting for Batman to make a mistake. You did it. You won, Alfred whispers to Batman, hoping the young vigilante understands. A helicopter buzzes in and lands, with Black Mask and his deranged family disembarking. Hello there, let's make you rich, Sionis shouts. He steps forward, explaining that the money has already been placed into Batman's account. I know. I already used it on something, Batman growls as he stands. Sionis stares at him for a moment. Amazing! On what? How much did you use? I have to know, Black Mask shouts. In the past, young Bruce runs to Gordon, shouting that he doesn't want the city to tear down the zoo. I don't want them to make something practical. I want something there that makes everyone look, something that shines. Bruce tells a surprised Gordon. Back in the present, Batman stands tall and taps a button. I spent all of it, he says. The button activates the memorial light at the zoo, which shines into the night past the outline of $200 million in cash, casting a bat into the night sky over Gotham City. The light is bright, casting the entire rooftop in brilliant illumination. Black Mask looks up in surprise. Huh, that is one ugly bat, he notes with disdain. He turns back to his men. Party animals! The deal is off! He shouts. The gang swarm the rooftop, rushing for Batman. I don't need cars, planes, or computers. All I need is Batman. Batman growls as he rushes to meet the criminals. He whirls his cape around, lashing out at the party animals and slashing through them. He grabs the hardened, sharpened edge and stabs it through one man's leg. The man screams in pain, but Batman is already moving. He knocks another aside with a bone-cracking punch and kicks the leg from beneath another. The big man that Batman faced the other night rushes forward, a cleaver in hand, and he leaps on top of the massive vigilante's back. Payback time! The party animal snarls in Batman's ear, but the Dark Knight flexes his back and spikes stab out, piercing through the party animal's arm. Ah! I'm stuck! Get me off of him! The gang member shouts as Batman whirls and keeps fighting. He finally releases the spikes and allows the big man to fall. The rest of the party animals hesitate for a moment, not sure if they want to rush forward, and Batman glares at Black Mask. All the crimes the party animals have committed, it was all manufactured by you, so you could profit. You don't care how many die, Batman growls, preparing to fight the rest of the party animals. Black Mask stares at him for a moment, before pointing and shrugging. Nope. Fortunately, though, you do. Fire, Black Mask orders. The nearby snipers open fire, but the rounds aren't meant for Batman. Bullets zip across the rooftop, hitting the members of the party animals and dropping them. Everybody get down! Batman shouts, moving to try and protect the gang members. But nets are fired next, and suddenly, Batman is pinned to the ground. He struggles for a moment, but the nets are too strong, and he can't break free. Black Mask steps in front of him, shaking his head in disappointment. Man, you had it too, all right there. The ticket to the big party. All you had to do was reach out and grab it, he says. Batman roars with anger and reaches for Sionis, briefly grabbing his pant leg. But Sionis grabs him by the arm and twists it around, cracking a bone. Batman breathes heavily, but smiles as he glances up. I have just what I wanted. Everything you set up here, everything you confessed to, it's already at every news station in Gotham, he spits. Sionis leans down so he's face to face with the Dark Knight. My God, you actually think you achieved something here, don't you? He asks. The woman steps forward, drawing a knife from Batman's cowl, and begins to slash him with it, drawing blood and screams of pain. You think you're a hero, but I hate to tell you, pal, you're not even the main character. Sionis whispers as the child steps forward and hits Batman with a burst from a flamethrower. The big man is up next and pulls the bat symbol axe from Bruce's chest before knocking him off the rooftop. Batman plummets through the air, but his cape catches the updraft at the last second and acts as a parachute, slowing him down briefly before he slams into a car. The GCPD arrive quickly, buzzing over the scene as Batman crawls to safety in a car park. A squad car screeches around the corner, and Barbara Gordon is shocked as Batman steps right in front of her. She slams into him with her car and he flies through the air. Barbara hits the brakes fast and gets out, drawing her weapon on the still moving Batman. "Freeze, or I will shoot!" she shouts. But Bruce doesn't stop moving. He pulls open a manhole cover and crawls down into safety. "Then do it. Go on," he gasps as he disappears. But Barbara doesn't shoot. She just stands there and watches him leave. Back on the rooftop, Sionis makes his message to Gotham City while his party animals leave packages all over the streets. He calls for the people to rise up, to cast off the yoke that society and the elite have placed on them, that struggling against the system isn't noble in any way, and that they all have a moment of pure ecstasy and acceptance as they burn the world to the ground. Later, Alfred steps out of the shadows into Batman's lair, finding the young hero trying to stitch himself back together. "Stop glaring and set my arm." Bruce growls at him as he continues to stitch himself up, but Alfred shakes his head. "Do you have any idea what you've done?" he asks. Bruce nods, explaining that he placed a tracker on Sionis when he grabbed him at the end. "Help me close these wounds and Bruce starts to say, but Alfred shakes his head. "No, I'll never help you again. Goodbye, kid. And just know, what's coming next is on your head," Alfred says before turning and walking away, leaving Bruce alone in the shadows. Meanwhile, Martha and Jim step out into the streets, shocked to find the party animals have left a package on the corner. "Jim, what's going on?" Martha asks softly. "Oh no," Jim whispers as random people begin to arm themselves with weapons and party animal masks. Gotham City is burning. Roman Sionis has scattered crates of weapons and masks around the city, encouraging citizens to join his party animals and take up arms and commit crimes, with the promise of fighting the system and earning a lot of money. Waylon Jones watches the news from his gym, a bat in hand as he prepares to defend what he has built of himself. Suddenly, there is a sound of a breaking window. He turns and moves back through the shadows of his gym. "Oh, you picked the wrong gym. I'm the Croc, and I've been hungry for a fight," he calls. But a familiar voice answers him. "It's me, Way." Bruce gasps as he stumbles out of the darkness. Waylon moves to help his friend, but is shocked to find Bruce wearing a strange costume. Bruce looks up at him. His face was battered and bloody. "I'm Batman, and I need your help," he gasps. In the past, Bruce is sitting in the living room with all of his friends for a sleepover. Martha smiles and reaches for the light, wishing them all a good night and sweet dreams. But when she turns, a man is standing there with a gun. Maybe it's the same man who shot his father. Bruce isn't sure, but the man raises his weapon at the children. Martha steps in the way as the gun thunders in their apartment, and Bruce screams loud enough to drown out the echoes of gunfire. Bruce sits up sharply. The scream dies off as he awakens from the dream. He is alone, laying in his bed in the dark. Climbing out of bed, he heads downstairs to find his mother on the couch, looking through some family albums. "Mom, Bruce whispers, but she smiles at her son and motions him forward. "Shh, get over here," she tells him. Bruce nods and crosses the room, curling up on the couch next to his mother and putting his head on her lap. The present day. Mayor Gordon and Martha Wayne find themselves on the streets of Gotham, investigating one of the party animal crates. "What the hell is it with these?" Martha asks as she pulls out one of the masks. But Jim sees the crowd of masked citizens coming towards them. Everyone is armed. "Hey you! Stop blocking that crate!" a man says as he stalks forward, a rifle in his hand. But Martha isn't paying attention. She pulls on the mask and marvels at the HUD inside. "My God, Jim, the money he's offering," she whispers as the list of crime payouts begin to scroll across the HUD. Jim nods and draws his old pistol, aiming it at the approaching man and shouting for him to stop. But Martha's eyes widen as the HUD scans Gordon and announces that there is a $1 million bounty on the mayor. "Mar, you need to get out of here, now!" Jim snaps at her. But she shakes her head, explaining that he's a party animal target. "So no, I'm not going anywhere. We need to stop this," she tells him as she pulls off the mask. Meanwhile, Julia Pennyworth is riding the Gotham Metro. Her phone buzzed with a citywide alert that everyone should stay inside due to the violent riots. But the doors open, and masked thugs get on board, stalking towards her. Julia's eyes widen in fear as she reaches to call the police. But suddenly, someone grabs her from the shadows. Meanwhile, Oswald is flying his plane over the harbor. He glances back at his costumed friend, still angry about his secret. "You're f***ing Batman? And you didn't think it was something to mention?" he shouts at Bruce. But Bruce shakes his head as he pulls on his cowl and readies himself at the door. "I was trying to protect you, Ozzy. All of you," he says. He points down at his target below in the bay, not having the time to argue with his friend, reminding him that he needs to get on Sionis' yacht and shut down the servers that send messages to the party animal masks. Ozzy looks back in shock as Bruce prepares to jump. "Bruce, you do this and you're on your own. I barely have enough fuel to get back to Gotham. I can't stick around to save you," Oswald shouts at him. Bruce nods once and looks back at his friend. "I'm not asking you to, or anyone else," he says before leaping out into the night air. The cape catches the wind, slowing his descent as he steers towards the yacht. On board, Sionis' DJ is preparing to drop another beat, but he looks up at the last second to see Batman's boots slamming into his face. Batman moves quickly, grabbing hold of some of the life vests. He wraps one around the DJ and tosses him overboard. But Batman whirls at the sound of small approaching feet. "Kill you!" the little girl says as she slashes with her knife. But Batman just reaches down and picks her up by her purple hair. He stares at the girl for a moment before putting a life vest on her and punting her off into the water. Sionis' girlfriend comes up on deck, curious at the noise. But she stops when she sees Batman standing there, smiling menacingly at her. The woman shakes her head and turns, leaping over the railing and into the water. Batman stares at her for a moment, shrugs and tosses her a life vest. Meanwhile in Gotham, more civilians are approaching Jim and Martha, wanting the party animal masks and weapons. Gordon still holds his old service weapon ready. "Back away! For the sake of the whole city!" Jim shouts at them. Martha nods as she stands at Jim's back. "You can threaten all you want, but Mayor Gordon and I aren't giving you these masks," she snaps. But more masked thugs show up, aiming their weapons as they realize that Jim and Martha have bounties on their heads. "Check the values on them. They're each worth $1 million, one of the thugs shouts. At the airport, Alfred has saved Julia and brought her to his plane, but she glares at him, ordering him not to take off. "I have a life, Dad. I have people I care about. I know it's a foreign concept to you, but I need to be with them right now, while they're hurting, she tells him. Alfred nods, explaining that he'll bring her back to Gotham in a few weeks. I've seen the aftermath in places where Black Mask does this kind of thing. Right now, I can't risk you being here, he explains to her. But she turns and glares at him. There's no place I want to be less than on a plane with you. And I promise you this, if we take off, I don't have a father anymore, she snaps. Alfred closes his eyes, sighing deeply. Finally, he turns to the waiting pilot. Wheels up, Captain, he orders. Back on the yacht, Batman turns as Sionis leaps from the top deck, bellowing with rage. But Batman meets the attack with a kick to the criminal's stomach that launches him back. Sionis stumbles away, gasping for breath. You still don't get it. You think you can stop them? You think you can stop anything? Sionis gasps. Batman roars with anger and rushes at him, slamming into the villain hard enough to send him through the wall. Go on, keep talking, Batman bellows. He grabs 2 bowling balls and begins to slam them into Sionis' head. The 2 go through the floor, slamming into Black Mask's secret chamber. Tell me again how I don't matter. I love it! Batman snarls as he hits Sionis again and again, the strange masks watching them. But Sionis isn't done yet, and he grabs a garrote and wraps it around Batman's throat, pulling it tight and drawing blood. Batman's vision begins to darken. Images flash before his eyes. Bruce sits on the couch with his mother. He finally looks at the photo albums that she is looking at. Images of his father as a young man. Pictures of Bruce's first steps. His eyes finally land on a picture that was taken at the zoo, the day his father died. Bruce can't understand why she kept that one. I love this one, she tells him softly. She explains that no matter how hard times got in the city, Thomas was always hopeful, always saw the best in people, and he was always the most hopeful when he was with Bruce. She smiles and pulls her son close, tears glistening in both their eyes. Batman grits his teeth. His gaze shifts down at Sionis. The bat ears on his cowl suddenly shift forward, and Batman brings his head down to stab them through Sionis' mask. The villain lets out a scream of pain as he rolls around in agony. Batman stands, unwrapping the garrote and throwing it away. He reaches down, wrapping a life vest around Sionis' throat. You lunatic! You'll lose everything! Everyone you love! I promise you, you have no idea what you've started! Sionis gasps, but Batman says nothing and tosses him over the side. Finally alone, he moves through the yacht, finding the server room quickly. He draws a belt of grenades and pulls the pin, tossing the belt into the room and moving away. The explosion rips apart the yacht, sending it to the bottom of the harbor. Back in the city, the thugs are preparing themselves to kill the mayor. I saw your faces before you put those masks on. You shoot him, and after all this is over, I will make sure you pay for it, Martha yells at them. But the thugs raise their weapons. You're better than this! You hear me? We are better than this, she continues. The thug shakes his head and takes the safety off his weapon. I'm sorry, Mrs. Wayne, he says softly as he takes aim. But suddenly, the system goes down and the HUD goes blank. The thugs stop and pull off their masks, looking at them with curiosity. It's dead. Does that mean there's no money? One of them asks. The entire city has suddenly gone quiet. The violence ended almost immediately. Martha steps forward and punches the man who almost killed her, knocking him to the ground before turning back and hugging Jim. Meanwhile, Batman is sinking to the bottom of Gotham Harbor. but someone pulls him out of the water and onto a sub. Alfred grunts as he drags the younger man's large body. Kid. If I'm sticking around, so are you, he says softly as he lays Batman down and reaches for his medkit. Now, let's get you patched up. Somewhere else, in an unknown location, a pale man is sitting in a large white room. Strange red bodies draped over him. Another man comes into the chamber. Sir, Sionis is reporting. It seems there's been a small snag in Gotham City, he reports. The pale man nods and begins to move. The strange, bloody bodies seem to give him vitality as he stands, his skin becoming a normal shade once more. It's time, he says softly. Get Bane. Then, the jeep bounces through the jungles of Tanzania. A young Victor Fries stares out the window at the passing wildlife. He isn't looking forward to going up into the mountains and looking inside a glacier for his father's studies. But his father promises that there will be even more life inside the glacier, hidden away in the ice. But something is wrong with Victor. His eyes begin to go red, and blood leaks out like tears. Gotham City, present day. Snow falls from the night sky as the group of friends meet at a makeshift memorial to bid farewell to one of their own. Well, who wants to start? Ozzy, you probably knew him best. Anything you want to say? Waylon asks as he glances over his shoulder. But Ozzy shakes his head and motions to Harvey. I mean, it was crazy. I don't know. We all knew him, and Harvey's the one who likes to talk for a living, he says softly. They all draw out matchbooks and begin to light matches, gently tossing them into the memorial, mimicking a game they used to play as children. A game that their friend, Mitchell Matches Malone, was always the best at. So, who saw him last? Waylon finally asks. But a new voice makes them all look up. The voice of another friend that they thought was dead. I did. I was the last person to see him, Bruce says as he steps into the shadows of the alley. 1 week ago, Bruce was walking through the city. Gotham City had declared martial law since the fall of the party animals in Black Mask, with the mayor explaining that the more heavily armed police force was intended to protect its citizens from the likes of Batman and others. Bruce passes a group of cops, now armed like a military unit. Drones patrol the skies above and search for the vigilante, but Bruce has been quiet. He has kept low since Pennyworth has patched him up, agreeing that he needed to heal. But he stops and looks out over the bay, at the mystery Arc-M facility that is being built on an island in the harbor. Bruce needs to get inside, so he looked to an old friend who is good at forging papers. Bruce, is that really you? Matches Malone says as he walks forward. Bruce smiles at his thin and slightly disheveled looking friend and reaches to shake his hand. But Matches glances around and suddenly pulls Bruce away. Walk with me, buddy, Matches whispers. The two start walking, and Matches explains that he got Bruce's papers, but also made his own, and had been working on the island for a week. You didn't, Bruce whispers, cursing himself for not realizing that Matches would do this. He always stuck his neck out for the others when they were younger, but Matches smiles weakly and nods, explaining that something weird is going on in that place, that it is one of the worst prisons he's ever been in. And they're putting people in there already. It's up and running. I'm going back tomorrow, but you should take this, Matches says as he pulls out his phone and hands it to Bruce. Bruce turns away, unsure of what to say to his friend, but Matches puts a hand on his shoulder. Hey, it's good to see you, man. Truly. I miss you and the guys. Crime Alley life, right? And I wouldn't have done it if I didn't want to. I owe you for... Matches begins to say, but he suddenly gasps and chokes on his words. Bruce turns around and stares in shock as Matches begins to bleed from his pores and out his ears. He gasps and falls to the ground. All of his blood seemingly exploded from his body at once. Bruce stares down at his friend, and though it pains him, he realizes that he can't be caught with the body. He quickly reaches down for Match's phone and rushes away. Back in the alley, Bruce explains to his friends that Matches died from some sort of chemical weapon. There are some leads on his phone, clues. I'll get the person who did this, I promise. But I just wanted to tell you that, Bruce says as he begins to turn away. But his friends become angry, pointing out that he should have told them about being Batman. We thought you were dead. The last thing any of us heard about you was you diving from Ozzy's plane dressed like Nosferatu, Edward points out. But Bruce shakes his head. There's nothing to say about it. I should have kept you apart from all of this. All of you, Bruce tells them. But his friends disagree, pointing out that he worked with each of them in some aspect to help train himself for being Batman. But Bruce just shakes his head and turns to walk away, growling that he needs to get back to work. Later, Bruce has gone through Match's phone. The clues point to a list of researchers for Arc M, including the name of Victor Fries, owner of the V-Corps Corporation that works out of Gotham. Bruce tracked their headquarters to a building that uses enough power to light a city block. That night, Batman hunts once more. A snowstorm swirls through the night sky, and Batman glides on his wings, knowing that the patrolling drones will be blind in the storm. But his luck doesn't hold as the storm stops halfway to his target. The police immediately spot the Dark Knight and send the remote drones after him. So Batman goes low, folding his cape and diving down to street level, using his cape's claws to latch onto the rail tracks and swing out of the drone's way. Suddenly, his comms buzz. Bruce, I have information, Alfred says over the line. I'm listening. Bruce grunts as he dodges another attack from the drones. There's a pause. How's your arm? Are you resting? Alfred asks, but he already knows the answer. Yeah, what did you find out? Bruce continues. Alfred explains that he tracked down the agent that killed Matches and discovered that it wasn't a biological weapon, but a bacterium. There's no record of it, not in the UK or at the WHO, Alfred explains. Then where did it come from? Bruce questions as he swoops low. Two police officers spot him and prepare to open fire, but Batman lashes out with his cape claws and hooks one of them. A quick flick of the cape sends the officer into his partner. We don't know. I'll be back in a few days and we can track it down. Until then, take care of yourself, kid, Alfred orders. Batman leaps up and begins to scale the building, heading for the roof access as he hangs up with his new partner. Inside, Bruce switches back to his civilian clothes, pretending to be an inspector from the power company, making sure the building is up to code. Inside the offices of V-Corps, he finds several prehistoric creatures frozen in ice. He puts a hand to the glass, marveling at how real they look. They're all real, if that's what you're wondering, a voice calls out. Bruce turns as a blonde scientist steps out from the inner offices. The mammoth is from Yukon, the tiger from Siberia, and the beetle from Chile. Neat, huh? The man says with a smile. The man doesn't seem suspicious of Bruce as he explains he is here for an inspection. Oh, please look around. If there's anything I can do for you, just say. Even if it's just a midnight tour. Dr. Freeze and his wife collected all kinds of wild specimens, the scientist says. Bruce nods as he stares out the window and looks back at the man. Do they still oversee things here then? Victor and Nora Freeze? He asks. The scientist pauses for a moment, but finally turns and taps a button on the wall. I guess you could say that. Yes, he says as the wall slides away, revealing a cryogenics tank with the bodies of Victor and Nora frozen within. Their faces pulled into horrible grimaces. I'm their son, Victor Jr., the scientist explains. He motions to the bodies as he notices Bruce's look of horror. I know it seems extreme, but it's what they wanted, he says, explaining that they founded V-Corps to freeze those suffering from terminal diseases, hoping that one day a cure would be found. Has anyone actually been revived? Bruce asks, still staring up at the frozen scientists. Victor nods. He puts a hand on the glass as he explains that he had a rare terminal disorder, so his parents froze him. Bruce nods as he turns away. So, I guess the ice saved you, he says. Victor nods sadly. Yes. Still, they told me it wouldn't hurt. When I woke up, the world would be a better place. But the ice... Oh, it's not what they thought. Not at all, Victor says. Bruce's eyes widen as Victor's voice seems to change, becoming more rigid, cold. He turns back and stares as the man's skin goes gray. His veins become blue, his eyes turned red. I felt everything, every moment, and the pain. My God, ice grinds and twists. The ice isn't grace, it is fury. It's reckoning, Victor says as he turns back to Bruce, his body twisting and having become monstrous. The ice births monsters, just like me. Now to the land of ice we go, Victor says as he reaches out and grabs Bruce by the face, his icy grip tightening and pulling Bruce closer. The fingers tighten on his ankle as Victor Freeze drags Bruce down the corridor. Bruce tries to open his eyes, but the lids feel heavy and they close again. Memories flash before him, standing in the snow with his friends at the Matches Memorial. Bruce has turned away, prepared to continue the mission alone. But Waylon puts a hand on his shoulder. Don't you even think about running, Bruce. There's no getting out of this one, Waylon warned him. Freeze rounds the corner and drags Bruce into the main chamber. He stops and turns back. All right, Mr. Pennyworth, or whatever your name is, let's get you ready, Freeze says as he leans forward. Bruce's hand snaps up and grabs him by the throat, but the hero is too weak, and Freeze smiles as he gently moves it away. Shh, easy now, easy, he whispers. When Bruce awakens again, he is strapped inside one of the stasis tubes. Victor stands nearby, connecting the machine to the system. Ah, good! I hope you enjoyed your rest. There won't be any sleeping in the ice after all. The pain won't let you, he says as he turns his blood-red eyes back towards Bruce. He motions to the other stasis tubes in the chamber, explaining that each is filled with the elite of Gotham, who hoped the ice could save them from the sin and pain of their lives, hoping that everything would be fixed or forgiven on the other end. But the ice isn't salvation. It's the memory of all we want to forget. It's vengeance, Freeze whispers as he flips the switch. Bruce glances up as the system begins to activate, and freezing cold liquid begins to pour into his tube. The liquid begins to hit his skin, and he lets out a cry of pain as his skin begins to feel like it's burning. Victor nods in satisfaction and turns away, explaining that the liquid is so cold that the hypothermia taking over Bruce's body scrambles the nerves and makes it feel like burning. It's why people freeze to death to remove their clothes. Don't worry. Soon, the suffering will pass beyond hot or cold, he says as he walks towards the door. He stops as he turns off the chamber lights, leaving Bruce shadowed in the darkness. All you'll want is death for the first 30 years or so, but hopefully, like me, you'll come to accept it and even love it. The pain. Victor calls before leaving. Bathed in darkness, more memories flash before his eyes. He stands in the alley with his friends and shrugs off Waylon's hand. "Don't make me hurt you," Bruce snaps at him. But the others have gathered now, and Waylon is angrily pointing at him. "If you leave now, you're no better than Matches," Waylon snaps. "You'll be a coward, and Batman will be too," Waylon continues as Bruce stares at him in shock. Anger flashes across Bruce's face, and he rushes at Waylon, slamming into him hard. Bruce opens his eyes wide in the stasis tank. He can see the past, images of the city, of his childhood, the man who shot his father. Every cell in his body shrieks in pain. His mind is in agony. Waylon whirled on him, and Bruce punched him in the face. He went for another blow, but Waylon ducks under it and hits Bruce in the chin, forcing him back. "Ozzy told us how you went after Black Mask. Jumping on that boat with no way off? That was a suicide mission, Bruce. Just like this one." Waylon snaps as he kicks out and hits Bruce in the stomach, knocking him to the ground. Waylon stands over him, his friends all around. Just like every dare that Matches ever took. Because he always felt guilty, always felt like it was his fault. Being the last one in the door that day, your father going back for him at the zoo, Waylon says. Bruce glares at him, but Waylon shakes his head and holds out a hand for his friend. "Just like you always felt guilty, because it was you who got us on the trip to the zoo. All those years, Matches let it eat him up inside, man, until he was nothing. But you're not there, are you?" Waylon asked. The anger fell out of Bruce, and he reached up for his friend's hand, allowing Waylon to pull him up. "We're not done yet, man. Come on, get up," Waylon tells him with a smile. Bruce opens his eyes in the tank. He flexes his finger, and the cast he's worn breaks apart, revealing the Batarang launcher that he built. The tank is almost full now, and he flexes again and it fires. The Batarang shoots out and hits the glass, cracking it. Another fire, another crack. One last round. Bruce flexes, and it flies. Nearby, Freeze is leaning over his console. "How?" his employer asks over a speaker. Victor looks at the readouts on the screen, explaining that it is a bacterium that died off 100,000 years ago. "My snowfall? The markers in the crystals. Anyone whose skin touched it should already be fully readable to you," he whispers. There's a short pause before the answer. "Well done. I'm looking at over 92% of Gotham's genetic profiles. Anyone give you trouble over the Malone man?" the voice asks. But Victor smiles and shakes his head. "No one worth mentioning. He was a nobody. I don't expect anyone else to come knocking," he says. But suddenly, the door to the office bursts in behind him. Victor whirls as Batman stomps through the door. "Batman? Ha! What are you doing here?" Freeze laughs, but Batman just smiles as he holds up his gauntlet, showing the flamethrower attached. "I heard you like pain," he hisses as he activates the flame. Freeze lets out an inhuman hiss and launches forward, stretching his impossibly long limbs and reaching for the Dark Knight. But Batman steps back and brings the torch to the man's face, pushing him back with a howl of pain. Bruce is moving slowly. His blood is like sludge in his veins, and he's fighting the urge to shiver. He lashes out with his cape tendrils, but Freeze is impossibly fast, his limbs sliding through the attack as he leaps to the ceiling. He grabs Batman by the face and slams him hard into the wall, cracking the concrete. Batman shakes his head as he struggles to his feet. Ugh, that all you got? He grunts, but Freeze is already heading back to his console, tapping a few buttons, and he turns with a smile and motions to the stasis tanks in the chamber. Nice! Seems you love pain too. You're in good company here. See? Freeze hisses as the tanks begin to open, revealing the shriveled blue bodies of the elite who chose to freeze themselves. The strange creatures rush at Batman, howling as they reach for him. Batman's eyes widen in horror, but he has no choice but to fight back, slamming his fist into the brittle things that were once human. But there are too many, and they begin to overwhelm him, threatening to pull his body apart. They claw at his face, and just past the horde of monsters, he can see Freeze smiling. Come on! Don't give up now! I'm right here! Freeze calls. Back in the alley, the others look to Bruce. Wayland stops smiling and asks Bruce if he wants to die. Because your dad, he didn't want to die. And it wasn't his death that made him a hero. It was his life. That's the hard part, man. Wayland says as he lights a match and turns back to the memorial of Matches Malone, their friend. You can't let it crush you. We're survivors. So Batman needs to be one too, Wayland says, and the others nod in agreement. They turn to Bruce again. Do you want to die? Wayland asks softly. Batman shakes his head. He pushes off the horde and turns away, running towards the hole in the wall. He leaps hard and fast, crushing through the concrete and falling away from the building. He plummets through the air, wind whipping past him as he lashes out with his cape tendrils, stabbing them into the building. They grip the concrete and slow him until he is hanging upside down. Batman hangs there, catching his breath. Finally, he puts a call to Wayland, trying to warn him about Freeze, about something in the snow. But his friend doesn't answer. That night, Wayland is returning to his gym, but someone jumps him from behind, knocking him out. The men in suits stand over him, reading the data on their tablets. He's the perfect specimen. Take him to Arc M, the leader says before they turn away. The neutral territory of Alagab Bialya. The leaders of Kahndaq and Kurak are meeting, their security guards posted in the hallway outside. The two lean forward and shake hands. I can't believe it. It's like I'm dreaming, the leader of Kahndaq says. Today we honor all the lives lost by saying enough, the Kurak president says. They shake hands firmly, agreeing upon a final peace between their two nations. They stand and head for the door. Peace will be our legacy, they agree. But both men stop. They look down, their eyes widening in surprise as blood begins to seep from the hallway into the room. The door opens wide, revealing a massive man. Hello, Bane says calmly as he steps into the room, cracking the door frame as he shifts his massive body inside. Forgive me for interrupting, gentlemen. I was elated when I heard whispers about these peace talks, Bane says as both leaders stare up at him. Which is why I was so crushed to hear about their breakdown when one of you betrayed the other in this very room, killing him and plunging your countries back into war, Bane tells them. He leans down, shifting his gaze back and forth between the two men. Which one of you was it again? Bane asks quietly. The leader from Kurak doesn't hesitate. I'll do it, he hisses. Bane's hand snaps out quickly and grabs the Kahndaq president by the face. The man struggles as he is lifted into the air, But Bane's hand tightens. Bones begin to crack beneath his powerful fingers, and the man's eyes suddenly burst as his skull is turned to pulp. Bane drops the man to the floor and suddenly turns, grabbing the Kurok president by the throat and tightening his grip ever so slightly. Later today, you'll give a speech declaring an escalation of operations. My employers have faith in your leadership skills, Omar. As do I, Bane says as he lowers the man to the floor and releases him. Suddenly, his coat pocket buzzes. Forgive me, I have to take this, Bane says as he answers the phone. The voice on the other end of the line murmurs, Gotham City, I'm on my way, Bane says before turning to leave. Meanwhile, in Gotham, it's been 2 weeks since the abduction of Waylon Jones. In that time, Batman has become a man on a mission. He is relentless in his search for his friend, waging war against the Maronis and the Falcone crime families. No criminal is safe as Batman works each night, breaking bones and trying to find answers. He overfills the hospitals. They've run out of ambulances and have had to use ride shares to transport the wounded. Eventually, one EMT worker has to borrow a rickshaw. The EMT worker shakes his head as he breathes heavily and continues to pedal. Batman. Dick Grayson whispers to himself as he keeps pedaling. But Batman isn't getting any answers. And finally, he reaches out to someone who can help. Harvey says it's temporary. Barbara Gordon tells her father as she cooks dinner in between her shifts, trying to explain the department's military buildup. But she suddenly stops cooking. Hey Dad, let me call you back, Barbara tells her father, because someone is calling her from the other room.
Officer Gordon. Officer Gordon, I need your help.
A voice growls. Barbara grabs her pistol and rounds the corner quickly, raising the weapon. But all she finds is the bat cowl that she has been working on since the party animal riots.
Barbara Gordon, I need your help.
Batman repeats over the radio. A short time later, Barbara arrives at the abandoned Gotham Zoo. Batman? I have your file, she calls out. Batman suddenly steps out of the shadows. Where is he? Batman growls. But Barbara holds the file close to her chest. Not so fast. First, why me? She demands. Batman stares at her for a moment before stepping forward. Because I've seen you in action. You're a good cop. Please, who took him? Batman says softly. Barbara nods and hands over the file. Apparently, us, she tells him. Later, Ozzy slams his fist against the table. Arkham? For what? He demands. Bruce nods and motions to the files, looking up at his gathered friends. The files say breaking city lockdown. It makes no sense, Bruce says. Harvey nods as he looks through the files, pointing out that the city has already claimed all of Waylon's assets. Edward taps his chin as he ponders the riddle. Why would they do that? Unless he's not coming back, he points out. Alfred steps out from the shadows, explaining that these arcs are global and that they act as black sites. Rumors are that very bad things happen in them. Abominable things, Alfred explains to them. They quickly begin to work out a plan for Batman to slip inside Arkham and rescue Waylon. Ozzy leans over the table. Do you hear how crazy this is? He shouts. Bruce smashes his fist into the table with anger. And? You wanted in on Batman! Well, this is Batman! Bruce yells. Ozzy steps up to his friend. Hey man, I was just saying it's crazy. I wasn't saying that we shouldn't do it. Meanwhile, Jim Gordon and Martha Wayne are watching what is happening to their city. Gordon has lost the election, and now Mayor Hill is beefing up the police department. You have to get back out there. You are the police, Martha tells him as she continues to pack. But Gordon shakes his head, reminding her that they lost, that they are packing up the campaign office. Then we get another office. This isn't our Gotham, Martha snaps at him. But Jim looks at her, reminding her that she has always backed him up. I've been thinking about it, and it's past time that I followed you. So, what's next for Martha Wayne? He asks. Later, beneath the water of Gotham Bay, Batman prepares himself. Alfred nods as he checks his equipment. Listen, kid, he begins to say. What is it? I need to go, Batman says. Alfred hesitates for a moment. Nothing. Good luck, he says to him. Batman launches himself from the bat tank and into the water, listening to Alfred over the comms as he directs the Dark Knight into the tunnels that will lead him to Arc M. Batman makes his way inside, finally finding the grate that should lead him to the facility. All right, I'm near the entry point, Batman whispers over the comms, but Alfred shakes his head as he stares at the monitors. No, that can't be right. You're too low, Alfred says to him, explaining that he's still at least 100 meters beneath the prison. But Batman peeks through the vent and stares in shock. What is it? Bruce, what are you looking at? Alfred asks. Batman pulls himself free of the pipe and stares at the massive subterranean cavern. The real Arc M, Batman says softly. He descends to the city and begins to move through the shadows, finally finding his way into the command structure. Batman stops as he looks at a strange glass case, which houses the skeleton of some kind of winged man. A man-bat. Pennyworth, come in. I don't know what I'm looking at anymore, Batman hisses, but the comms are silent. Pennyworth! Are you there? He calls into the comms. For the first time, Alfred can hear fear in his voice. But he turns as something massive steps from the shadows. Hello, Bane says softly, before lashing out and kicking Batman in the chest, knocking him away. Batman rolls to his feet and reaches for his bat claws, readying himself. But Bane doesn't advance. He holds up his hand and motions the Dark Knight forward. Go on, it's okay, he says. Batman tosses the weapons, stabbing Bane in the chest, but the villain doesn't react. You can advance now, he offers. Batman hesitates for a moment at his opponent's calm demeanor before charging forward. He lashes out with a left jab, but Bane blocks it and easily reaches out and hits a pressure point in his elbow. Batman staggers back, his arm useless. Bane doesn't advance. It's all right. Focus. You have another arm, he says. Batman charges again, swinging his right in a powerful haymaker. But Bane dodges and reaches out, hitting another pressure point before punching him in the chest. Batman stumbles back, both arms hanging uselessly at his sides. Bane takes a step forward. Hey, up here. That's right. You've still got your legs, he suggests. Batman glares at him, breathing heavily. F you! He shouts before launching forward with a round kick. But Bane once again ducks underneath it and hits another pressure point, following it up with a left hook across Batman's jaw. Batman staggers and falls to one knee. Is that all you got? I only need one leg to kick your ass, you juiced up, he gasps. But Bane shakes his head. Juiced up? Friend, I haven't even used this stuff yet. But if you want to see what it does, he explains. He taps a button, and Batman watches as the pumps and tubes connected to his body begin to work. Bane's body begins to twist and grow, his muscles becoming massive as the red and green liquid flows through them, pushing against his skin in a grotesque mockery of the human body. "What are you?" Batman gasps. Bane reaches out and grabs him by the throat, easily lifting him into the air. "Call me Bane. Welcome to your new home." Bane growls at him. "Now, let's get you prepped for surgery." June, Gotham. Martha Wayne is already worried about her missing son, but Jim Gordon tries to calm her. "Mar, it's only been a few days," he starts to explain, but she won't listen. Something's wrong with Bruce. She can feel it. Somewhere else, near Gotham, Dr. Arkham reaches down for her recorder and taps the button and begins her report on Subject 27 as she watches him on the monitors. Sedated male presented at 6 foot 9 inches, 421 pounds. 6 staff were required to carry him in. Removal of his costume triggered a series of booby traps. Numerous injuries incurred. The subject remains under heavy sedation. All data suggests he'll remain incapacitated for at least 48 hours. End doctor's log. Dr. Arkham explains. Bruce opens his eyes. He struggles to his feet and looks around. The cell is a blank white, but he finds the door. Reaching into his mouth, he removes the lockpick he hid within his upper jaw. He ignores the blood that fills his mouth as he picks the lock on the door. It slides open and he moves into the shadows of the corridor outside. Bruce moves quickly but cautiously, sliding past strange experiments behind glass walls. Begin doctor's log. The subject has escaped his environment and is currently at large. Initial visuals place him in the Southwest Complex, possibly en route to the clay biome. Dr. Arkham reports. Bruce moves into a new area. The ground seems to give and squish beneath his feet. He looks down as hands begin to rise up from the floor. "It hurts! Hurts so bad!" a voice whispers. Bruce's eyes widen in shock as a face begins to form beneath him, and he realizes the floor is made of morphing human flesh. The hands grasp at him, holding him in place and pulling him down. "Get off!" Bruce shouts, but he looks up as something massive steps from the shadows. "Hello again," Bane says politely, before hitting Bruce hard enough to knock him out. The massive villain stares down as Bruce falls to the floor, his landing cushioned by the clay arms. Subject 27 apprehended by the Prime. Will need infirmary stay before being returned to his environment. End doctor's log. Dr. Arkham reports. "Keep trying, please," Bane tells the unconscious man. Sometime in the past, the crew sits on the couch and watch Wayland's next opponent. "That's him there, the big one. That's Bibbo," Wayland says as he points to the boxer. Bruce waves away the idea. "He's not so big, Way," Bruce says. Oswald shakes his head. He looks pretty big to me," he points out. They watch as Bibbo hits his opponent again and again. "See? His left is not as fast," Bruce says as he points at the screen. But Oswald shakes his head. "That actually looks pretty fast," he points out. Wayland jumps up and starts to shadow box. "I'm coming for you, Bibbo," he snaps. He turns back to the group who are looking at him with concern. "Come on, he's not that tough," Wayland says with a shrug. But Oswald shakes his head. "I mean, he looks pretty tough," he begins to point out. "Shut up, Oz, will you?" Harvey cuts him off. But Bruce is there for his friend, training with him every day, getting him ready for the fight. July, Gotham. Martha has gone to Harvey Dent for help. It's been a month since Bruce's disappearance. She's worried. Somewhere else, near Gotham, Dr. Arkham watches, reporting that Subject 27 has become more docile in his 45 days of captivity. He barely reacts to the staff that come in and clean his cell. It has stopped eating, forcing them to attach a feeding tube to his stomach. It's the staff's diagnosis that Subject 27 has finally fallen into total submission. End doctor's log. Dr. Arkham reports. The door to Bruce's cell slides open and the cleaning staff walks in. Bruce's eyes snap open. He moves quickly, jumping to his feet and lashing out, kicking the first one in the chin, knocking him to the ground and spraying the wall with blood. Bruce whirls, hitting them again and again. Update. Staff diagnosis may have been premature. Dr. Arkham reports, explaining that Subject 27's docility was performative and that he had pulled out some of his own teeth and was using them as sharp weapons. He had also weaponized the feeding tube and was using it to spray stomach acid on the staff. Bruce whirls again, slashing one of the staff members across the face before lifting the feeding tube and spraying another. The sound of sizzling flesh and screams fill the cell. Perhaps the most impressive was what he did with his latrine. After collecting a large amount of guano inside and then urinating on it for weeks, Subject 27 was able to create a highly flammable compound, not unlike gunpowder, which he then used to explode the wall of his cell, Dr. Arkham reports. The wall detonates outward, and Bruce moves into the shadowy corridors beyond. He doesn't move slowly this time, running past the experiments he saw before. He slips past the cells and disappears into the walls. Reports imply that Subject 27 may have gone north, towards the Isley ecosystem, Dr. Arkham explains. Bruce keeps moving, now finding a massive forest within the compound. He steps into the trees, but suddenly he turns as one of the trunks opens eyes and stares at him. Vines reach out and wrap around his body, holding him tightly. Something steps from the trees. Strange creatures made of bark and muck. Out! The green wants out! A female voice whispers. She opens her mouth and vines shoot forward, pulling at Bruce and writhing into his mouth and eyes. Let us out! The woman hisses, but a massive hand reaches out and grabs the tree woman's head, ripping it from her body and tossing it away. Hey there, Bane says to Bruce as he stalks closer. He raises his fists and begins to pummel Bruce again and again. So close. Don't give up, please, Bane tells him. August, Gotham. Martha Wayne has begun to hand out flyers. No one has seen Bruce. Somewhere else. Bruce gets to his feet. His head is shaved. Strange green veins are beneath his skin. Dr. Arkham reports. Day 91. Subject 27 shows remarkable resilience. After 2 weeks of surgeries, he has managed to survive the full cycle, unlike all 26 subjects before him. 27's body is ready. All that remains is for him to finally surrender in spirit, she reports. She believes that he has, but the Prime suggests that they test him one last time. Bruce turns. The Batsuit is hanging in his cell, staring at him. But Bruce shakes his head and turns away. Just leave me alone. It's over. Don't you get it? There's no winning. Bruce hisses at it, but he turns back. The cowl continues to stare at him. The cell wall explodes outwards as Batman thunders through it, his massive axe in hand. He doesn't slow. He isn't cautious. He pushes through the shadowy corridors, past the experiments. He comes to another enclosure, The sign's naming it the Langstrom Experiments. The staff watches from an enclosed cell as Batman comes to a stop. Creatures slink from the shadows before him. Grotesque monsters. People that have been warped and mutated into animal hybrids. A bat-like creature leads the pack. "Help us!" it hisses. Batman stares at them. His mind wandered back to Waylon. His friend leans against the ropes of a training ring. "All right, full honesty. You believe I can win, right?" "Bruce?" Waylon asks. Bruce glances at his friend. "Of course I believe you can win. You're Waylon Croc Jones. Now let's get back into the ring," Bruce told him. Batman looks at the monsters before him. I don't know how to help you," he says softly. "Then make it stop," the monsters groan. But suddenly, Bane leaps from the shadows, lashing out with a kick that sends Batman through a nearby glass cell. "I knew you had more in you. We're more alike than you know," Bane tells him. He moves forward, prepared to keep hitting Batman. But something flashes from the cell that Batman shattered. A massive lizard-like creature leaps free and slams into Bane. The big fighter tries to get to his feet, but the green creature lashes out with its tail, knocking him into another glass cell, shattering the glass and landing on the staff, killing them instantly with his size. Batman struggles to his feet and looks at the man-croc in shock as it eats two more scientists. The creature turns, and Bruce recognizes his friend's face. "Waylon?" he gasps. He steps forward slowly. "Way, it's me, Bruce," Batman whispers. The Croc leans in and sniffs him. Bane struggles to his feet and looks up. He finds Batman before him, riding on the back of the Killer Croc. The monster lets out a roar before the pair leap away, disappearing into the shadows of the compound. Subject 27 continues to exceed expectations, just as the Prime and I predicted. He and Mutation 523 are fleeing to the sewers. Dr. Arkham reports before ending her log. She turns as Bane approaches her. "Excited for the final phase?" she asks. Bane nods his head solemnly. "Very excited, Dr. Arkham, because now I truly get to break him." Alfred had known the truth before Bruce had embarked to Arkham. He'd known the man they were calling in, known the history of the one they called Bane. He was born on an island called Santa Prisca, which had known fighting for hundreds of years. He was born amidst a battle, and his father, the leader of the rebels, picked him up and carried onward. The boy was raised among the rebels, growing up in the jungles of Santa Prisca as the men and women fought to take back their country. His father would always look up to the sky, asking the boy if he saw the Quetzal, Santa Prisca's bird of freedom, but the boy never did. One day, the rebels took the capital, the boy fighting alongside them. They held it for 4 days. But the corrupt government called in mercenaries, fighters who were better trained and better armed than the rebels. The rebellion fell quickly. The survivors were sentenced to life imprisonment in Peña Duro, an infamous prison off the coast of Santa Prisca. The boy, now practically a man, was with them. The men were packed into a cell where the boy would scratch the days on the wall. By the day, the guards would beat them into submission. By night, the tides would rise and flood their cells. The boy learned to sleep while clinging to the ceiling of their cell. He learned to hunt and cook rats to survive, to pick the fleas from his skin every morning. But his father always spoke of the bird of freedom that flew high in the sky. The Quetzal will fly. We will not break. His father asked him at night, hanging from the cage, if he could see the bird flying free. The boy closed his eyes and saw his own bird, made of white fire, the skull of its back. Eventually, the rebels rose up. The boy, now a man, led them to overtake the prison, capturing the guards' weapons. They broke free and stormed the beach and secured the prison's boats. But there, they all stopped for a moment. None of them had seen the sky for 10 years. It is here that the boy's father gives his son a gift, a mask made from their flag, the bird of freedom stitched into it. When the boy pulls it on, it looks like a skull on his face. The rebels cross the bay, preparing themselves for the fight to overtake the capital. But they do not find soldiers on the beach. They merely find a man dressed in white, with a smile on his face. The boy orders his men to wait and steps forward to talk to the man. The father watches as whispered words are exchanged, an agreement made. The man in white smiles and finally pats the boy on the chest. He turns away and boards a helicopter, leaving them behind. The boy returns to his father and puts a hand on his shoulder. Can you see it, father? Can you see your dream of peace? The boy asks as he pulls his father into a hug. I see it now. In you, the father whispers. The boy tightens his embrace sharply, and the father's spine snaps in half. This is where Bane's history truly begins. A long string of murders. A diplomat's plane explodes over Guangzhou, Bane pressing the detonator. A journalist is killed in Dubai. Bane slits his throat. Pirates are slaughtered in the Red Sea. Bane's knife plunges into their stomachs. A bombing in London. Bane watching from a distance. Each one shaping the world for the man in white, for the JK Corporation. The boy is transformed, warped by the venom that flows through his veins. The venom gives him total control over his own muscles, his very cells bending to his will. It enhances his mind, holding whole libraries of information. Every method of fighting, he knows. Every weapon, he knows. Every battle in history, he knows. He becomes the man known as Bane. This is the man that has come to Gotham. The man that has come for Bruce, for Batman. And Alfred knows exactly how it'll go. He tracks him through the city, finally arriving at his safe house. But Batman doesn't wait for him to break down the door. He comes through the wall, a battle cry on his lips. Hello again, Bane calls as venom begins to pump through his veins. Batman charges forward, but Bane whirls and kicks him hard, sending him flying backwards. Bane stomps forward, but he realizes that he is surrounded by cars. Too late. He realizes his mistake. Batman presses the button on the detonator, trapping the mercenary in a kill-box explosion. But it isn't enough. Batman's eyes widen as Bane charges through the fire, slamming into him hard. Blows are traded back and forth. But Batman can't defeat the venom-powered soldier. He reaches for his axe and swings it, embedding the blade in Bane's shoulder. But even this isn't enough. Bane pulls the blade free and swings it, slicing Batman's arm off at the shoulder. Blood sprays in the air as Batman falls to the ground. Bane swings the blade again, and Batman's other arm is sliced off at the elbow. Batman falls to the ground, blood pooling beneath him. Bane stands over him, victorious, but he isn't done. He raises the axe, bringing it down again and again into Batman's face, crushing the bones and breaking him. Later, Batman is returned to Arkham. His armless and shattered body is thrown to the floor by Bane. Dr. Arkham waits for them, already wearing her surgical scrubs. "Prep him," she orders her assistants. And so the work begins. They strive to create something like Bane, to replicate his success, to make more soldiers for the Man in White. There have been others. One in Russia, known as the KG Beast. Another in the Middle East. And one that Alfred knows too well, codenamed Deathstroke. But most die from the procedure, or the venom in their veins kills them. But Bruce is strong. His body can take the surgery, and they make him what they want of him. Occasionally, Bane returns to Santa Prisca to visit his family, his wife and children. The island is now a paradise. War was stopped by the Man in White, and all it took was Bane's soul. This is what they want from Batman as well. To make him the hero that Gotham needs. After a successful surgery, the new Batman now stands ready to take back his city, to make it a paradise. The venom flowing through his veins, his body augmented by the drug and machines. He is armed with weapons to destroy his enemies. This is what they want. But for this to work, they can't break Batman. Batman must choose to break, like Bane did. Bane knows that he's still out there, unbroken, safe, for now. But Bane isn't merely a physical powerhouse. He is a tactical genius. He knows how to make Batman choose to break. That is why he didn't go to Batman's safe house, but instead to theirs. He breaks through the door of a different building, Wayland's gym, where he finds Batman's friends, cowering in fear. Bane towers over them. He knows the real way to break Batman is by breaking them. Deep beneath Gotham City, Wayland finally surfaces from the murky sewage waters and pushes Batman to safety. Bruce coughs up a lungful of the dirty water and looks back at his mutated friend, now part crocodile. You saved me," he gasps. Wayland pulls his massive body out of the water, staying low as he crawls towards Batman. "Now you save me," he hisses. Bruce nods, promising to find a cure. But Wayland opens his mouth wide, showing rows of sharp teeth. "No!" he growls. "The hunger, Bruce. It hurts too much. Please, save me." Bruce nods his head in understanding and pulls off one of his ear blades. He raises it up and brings it down quickly, but but the blade merely cracks the concrete next to Waylon's head. I can't, Bruce whispers to his friend. Then I will, Waylon says angrily as he reaches for the blade, prepared to take his own life. What? No, Bruce says as he kicks him away. We can beat this, Waylon, Bruce promises. Waylon roars in anger at him and leaps back into the water. I should have left you in that place, Waylon whispers before disappearing into the darkness. Bruce calls out for his friend for a moment, but his body finally gives up and he collapses to the concrete. Memories swirl through his mind. He and Selena are standing in a penthouse apartment overlooking the city while the realtor spouts off details about their lease. Something's bothering you, Selena whispers up to Bruce. He nods gently. It's Waylon. I don't know what to do. He's not going to listen to me. He believes that he can win against Bibbo, Bruce tells her. Selena nods and pulls herself close to his chest. Then help him win. Do it the same way we got this place. If the rules aren't fair, stop playing by them, she whispers gently as she looks out over the city. Now, Bruce wakes up with a gasp and finds Alfred standing over him. Easy, easy. It's been 20 days since I found you collapsed on the floor of this place, Alfred says softly as he begins to examine Bruce. But the young man pushes him away. 20 days? Bruce snaps in shock. Alfred nods as he shines a light in Bruce's eyes. Yes, and you need a hell of a lot more. The things they did to your body, I'm not sure you can fully comprehend, Alfred says, explaining that they wove a venom delivery system throughout his spine and brain. But Bruce pushes him aside and reaches for his street clothes. I'm fine, Pennyworth, he mumbles. Quickly, Bruce heads out into the city, walking through the streets, but he suddenly stumbles. He can feel the venom pulsing through his veins, through his mind. He struggles against it, regaining his sense of self and pushing forward. Finally, he arrives at his mother's home. He steps through the front door and stands before her shocked gaze. She moves and rushes towards him. Oh, thank God, she whispers as she pulls him into a hug. Mom, I'm so sorry, Bruce whispers to her. She pulls away and starts to cry. I was so scared of getting that phone call again, every time it rang. And then, with what happened to Ozzy, she whispers. Bruce stares down at her, fear growing in his eyes. Hold on, Ozzy? He asks. Quickly, they arrive at Gotham General Hospital. Bruce and Martha push past the cops, with Bruce thanking Mayor Gordon for watching over his mother. He then pushes past everyone and steps into Oswald's room. Dr. Leslie Tompkins waits for him, warning him for what he's about to see. Bruce stares in horror at his friend. Oswald's body has been broken and twisted beyond recognition. Bruce, I've never seen anything like this, Leslie whispers. Whoever did this is an abomination, she continues. Days ago, Bane steps into the safe house and looks down at the group of lifelong friends and stares at them. Who the hell are you supposed to be? Ozzy snaps at him, but Bane's arm shoots out impossibly fast and wraps around Ozzy's neck. You want so badly to be big, don't you? The pink Jim Rom muscles, the lifts in your shoes. Bane growls before throwing Oswald to the ground. He begins to hit him again and again, the bones crunching with each blow. Bruce can't look away as Leslie explains that every bone in Oswald's body was broken, that if he survives, he'll be 2 feet shorter and his arms and legs will never be the same. He'll live in a life of constant pain, she whispers. Bruce finally blinks and nods his head. I'll do whatever I can. We all will. Has Harvey come by? He asks. But Leslie shakes her head. Harvey? Did they not tell you? Harvey's in the next room, she says softly. Bruce goes to see his next friend, shocked to see half of Harvey's body wrapped in bandages. Harvey had rushed forward with a bottle of rum, trying to protect his friend, but Bane grabbed him and lifted him off the floor. Let me guess, the big brother of the group, the protector, Bane hissed as he grabbed the bottle and smashed it against the left side of Harvey's face. You are destined to be a traitor. Your friends are all outlaws, and you, with your principles, your ambitions, you think you can be both outlaw and lawman, friend and enemy, all pretend, and the time for pretending is over. Bane reaches down for a poker chip, setting it on fire and tossing it into the booze. Harvey begins to scream as the fire reaches his face. Now, Harvey glares at Bruce, telling him everything that happened. I'm so sorry, Harvey. This is all my fault, Bruce whispers. Harvey nods his head, his voice gravelly. Yes, it is. You gambled, Bruce. You put it all out there. Your friends, the city, everything. Now get out of here. Harvey growls at him. Bruce turns to walk away, but Harvey calls out to him. For a brief moment, his voice has returned to normal. If it's any consolation, though, I only hate you half the time, he whispers. Bruce quickly leaves the hospital and heads toward Edward's. He finds his friend in the dark. Wires dangle from the ceiling. Bruce steps forward, his eyes widened in horror. I'm fine, Bruce. Just over here working, Edward says softly as Bruce reaches for him. He didn't hurt me. He challenged me to a battle of wits. He said if I won, he'd let me kill him. He even handed me his gun. Can you believe it? Edward whispers. He explains that it only took a minute for Bane to beat him, and then the killer reached for his head, gouging his eyes out, and before he knew it, Bane shook him, slamming the front of his brain into his skull, the frontal lobe, the part responsible for intelligence. I could feel it. It was wild. Suddenly, facts became questions. Questions everywhere, Edward says. He lifts his head and almost looks at Bruce. His brain is exposed where he has connected the wires to it. He helped me. He challenged me. He challenged all of us to become more, to become what we're meant to be, Edward whispers. Bruce grits his teeth at his friend. Eddie, we need to get you to a hospital, he starts to say. But suddenly, he doubles over in pain as he feels the venom pumping through his system once again. Eddie smiles at him. Looks like he challenged you too, Bruce. So, riddle me this. What are you gonna do about it? Eddie asks him. Later, Bruce returns to his bunker and finds Alfred preparing for war. Bruce changes and reaches out to his other allies, ordering them to stand down. It's off, he says to the red-hooded person on the other line. Off? Nothing's off! You don't get to tell the Red Hood gang anything! The person shouts, but Batman hangs up. He hangs his head and looks to Alfred. So that's it, kid? Are you closing down operations? Alfred asks as he straps on his body armor. Bruce slams his hand against the desk. He broke them, Pennyworth. My friends, Batman hisses. Alfred nods in understanding. That's right, he did. The question is, are you going to let him break you? The older man asks. Suddenly, red lights begin to flash. Someone's breached the hatch, Batman hisses as the bunker is plunged into darkness. It's him. He's here. Bane, Alfred whispers. He reaches down into his weapons locker and pulls out a minigun, readying the massive weapon. All right. He loves war so much. Let's bloody give it to him, he says as Batman stands behind him with his battle axe. Batman slips into the shadows as Alfred moves forward, readying his weapon. But something reaches out from the shadows and pulls him up, punching him in the face twice before dropping him unconscious to the floor. Batman steps out of the shadows and glares at their intruder. You! What are you doing here? He hisses. Selina frowns at him. Well, hello to you too, Bruce, she says. The past. Bruce and Selina are working together. Selina had always said that if the rules aren't fair, stop playing by them. Now, Bruce is taking that to heart, helping Waylon with his fight. The two of them stand on the golf course, flanked by Carmine Falcone's bodyguards, while they watch the mob boss line up his driver. Kids, I gotta say, showing up with no appointment, sneaking through the bushes, you got nerve, he says. Selina taps the bag of money that she's carrying. We've come to offer you a deal, Mr. Falcone, she says. He glances at them for a moment, finally noticing who he's talking to. Hold on a minute, I know you. You're Waylon Jones's trainer, aren't you? Let me guess, you want Bibbo to go easy on your boy? Or maybe you're looking to cash out? Guess Jones is less of a crocodile and more of a crock of Falcone snorts. The bodyguards laugh, but Bruce ignores them and steps forward. What's in the bag is a gesture. Some of the finest gold work in the city, he says. Falcone shakes his head and turns back to his ball. How do I even know it's real? He asks as he takes his swing. Because it's yours. Stolen from apartments you own, Bruce tells him. Falcone cocks an eyebrow at the two. We're not looking to cash out. We're looking to raise, Selina tells him. Later, Bruce and Selina cuddle on the train as it rumbles along its elevated track over Gotham City, heading away from their meeting. I didn't know you had that in you, Wayne, Selina purrs as she snuggles in closer. Back there with Falcone? I'm impressed. Bruce nods as he stares out at his city. This is how Waylon wins. How we all win, she whispers. The train rumbles on. The present. Selina loosens her whip and drops Alfred to the floor. Batman glares at her. Why are you here, Selina? He growls. She smiles at him from behind her mask. Look at us. Our ears match. I'm here because your mother called me, she purrs. Batman continues to glare. I'll ask one more time. She did, actually. But come on, Bruce. You've been missing for months. I was worried, all right? I came to help, she finally says with a shrug. She nudges at Alfred at her feet, pointing out that his new team doesn't seem too strong. Ugh. I've read about you, the Catwoman. No loyalty. Don't trust her, kid. Alfred groans as he rolls over. Batman nods as he takes a step forward, getting closer to Selina. I don't need the advice. She's leaving. Right now, he growls. Shortly, the pair arrive in Bruce's secret penthouse, overlooking the city. Masks and clothes are pulled off, and the two tumble into bed in the shadows. This is nice, Selina purrs up at Bruce. But the morning eventually arrives. Bruce pulls himself to the edge of the bed as the sun begins to rise over the horizon. Selina rolls over and looks at the crisscrossing of scars across Bruce's back, shaped almost like a bat. The green of venom coursing through his system. Bruce, what did they do to you? She whispers. Is that really what you want to talk about? He asks as he looks over his shoulder. She pulls herself closer, wrapping her arms around his body. He motions at her mask on the floor. So, your helmet. It looks a lot like the gear Black Mask uses, he points out. Selina is quiet for a moment. Is that really what you want to talk about? She asks him. He shakes his head. No. You want to go on a date? He asks as he twists around and kisses her. Shortly, the pair are leaping over the rooftops of Gotham City, heading towards the Gotham Boardwalk. Once a place for families, now the home of the Red Hood Gang, the outlaw collective that Batman was once allied with. The pair stalk forward, but are quickly called out. You're not welcome here! Stand down! Wasn't that your order to us? But we don't take orders from anyone, do we? One of the Red Hoods snaps as he steps out with an axe. A crowd of red hoodie-clad allies behind him. But Batman doesn't back down. We're not leaving until we speak with your leader, Batman growls. The axe wielder shrugs. Have it your way. Get them! He shouts to his army. The Hoods rush forward, but Batman and Catwoman easily jump over their assault. I like this date, Selina says with a smile. She unslings a submachine gun from her back and takes careful aim, firing continuously into the crowd. What are you doing? They're just kids! Batman yells as he rushes at her. You know I hate kids. Take it easy. Just a catnap, she points out, motioning to the unconscious teens, all with tranq darts in them. Above them, another Hood readies an RPG on top of the Ferris wheel. Look out! Batman yells as rage takes over him. He feels the venom begin to course through his veins, and he rushes forward, slamming hard into the support struts of the ride and destroying the concrete, tipping the whole thing into the water. Selina moves forward cautiously. She can see Bruce's veins pumping the green liquid as he breathes heavily. What the hell was that? Are you all right? She begins to say, but Bruce turns to her, his eyes glowing green. Get away from me! Now! Bruce snaps at her. Selina looks up, realizing that the Red Hoods have surrounded them. Whispers about the monsters being created inside Arkham move through the crowd. Bruce, listen to my voice. I'm right here. You need to calm down, okay? Get it under control. She hisses as the Hoods close in, but Batman steadies his breathing. He finally looks up and the Hoods stop moving. Wait! I told you to stand down because the truth is, they almost broke me in a place called Arkham, where they make monsters. Abominations like a man called Bane. But they didn't break me. I'm going to destroy him, his bosses, Arkham. I'm going to burn it all to the ground. But I need your help. Batman growls at them. Murmurs move through the crowd. But finally, one pushes forward. She slides the hood off her head, revealing the Harlequin face paint beneath and a shaved head. I was never sure about you, but if you're talking about burning down Arkham, you're speaking my language. My name's Harley Quinn, leader of the Red Hood. What's the plan? She asks with a sneer. Meanwhile, deep within Arkham, the doctors continue to work on Bane. His back is sliced open, revealing the mechanical spine which acts as a delivery system for his venom. Bane is fully awake and stares at Dr. Arkham. Good news! We've managed to push your system even further. As of this moment, you're officially at maximum infusion, Dr. Arkham tells him, congratulating him on reaching this level of the human body. But Bane merely nods. And soon you'll have my replacement, and he'll have his new Bane. Then, I can finally go home, he says softly. Arkham raises an eyebrow at this statement. Forgive me for asking, but you really believe he'll let you go? She asks. Bane nods. He has to. I've given him everything. Any moment now, Batman will give in, and my work will be over, Bane whispers. But the conversation is cut short when a technician shouts for Arkham's attention. He motions to the monitors, which show the Gotham local news. The feeds have been hacked, and Batman's face appears to everyone in the city, playing across every television, cell phone, and billboard monitor throughout Gotham. People of Gotham, our city is under attack, not by criminals or outlaws, but by its own leaders. They've sold Gotham out to line their own pockets. They've sold our safety, our freedom. There's nothing they won't sell, Batman growls. They've even sold the ground beneath our feet, where, right now, they're growing actual monsters. Horrors too terrible to imagine. I tried to show you with Black Mask, but I made the mistake of relying on the networks. Not anymore. This time I'll show you myself, because I'm gonna drag one of these monsters out into the light for all of you to see. And then I'm going to beat his ass, Batman continues. I'm talking about you, Bane. I know you're listening. Tomorrow, midnight, the old Veterans Arena. You and me, alone. Batman snaps. You win, and I'll go back to Arkham and become whatever you want. But you won't win. And you, people of Gotham, you get to watch. And just in case any of you are wondering who I am, I'm Batman! Batman growls before the screens go black. The past. Bruce sits with Wayland in the old Veterans Arena, explaining that he made a deal. The end of the 7th way. You last right up to the bell. That's way farther than anyone has you going. Every single site has you down by the 2nd, maybe the 3rd. This way, you get out with dignity, and you make enough cash to open the gym. You win, Bruce tells him. Wayland glances at his friend, explaining that the reason he hired him as his trainer wasn't because of his skill. It was because you're my best friend. I don't want to make a deal. I want to beat them, here, in this ring. With someone in my corner who believes in me, man. I thought you were that person. I guess I was wrong. So you, Bruce Wayne, are fired, Wayland says, pushing Bruce away. Bruce tries to apologize, but Wayland doesn't want any of it. Get out of here. I have a fight to get ready for, Wayland says quietly as he sits back down. Now, in his bunker, Batman stares at his monitors, Catwoman over his shoulder. There's not much around the vet to use to your advantage, she points out. But Bruce shakes his head, pointing out that he's just going to beat Bane, not using any tricks. I get it. You need to promise me one thing. Don't use the venom, Bruce. It's what they want, and it's not worth it. I've seen what it does to people, Selina whispers. But Bruce shakes his head, explaining it's the only way he can beat Bane. That when he used it against the Red Hood kids, he was 50 steps ahead of them. He just needs to learn to control it. It's not the only way. You have people who can help. I can help, Selina points out. You haven't seen him. What he can do, Bruce whispers, not looking at her. He finally glances over his shoulder, pointing out that he knows what her gear means. Look at your helmet, your gear. Don't tell me you got where you are by playing clean, Batman growls, explaining that he will use the venom to beat Bane. If you can't handle it, then maybe you should go. Again, he finally states. Selina stares at him for a moment before turning to stalk off into the darkness. Maybe I should. Take care of yourself, Wayne, she calls. Later, the Batmobile rumbles through the tunnels of the sewers. Batman gets out and reaches for a cooler. Inside is raw meat. He stands for a few moments, letting the smell waft through the dank of the tunnels. Something smells it through the muck. First, spines break through the water. followed by the head of Killer Croc. Waylon Jones has returned, and Bruce heads to the arena for the final showdown. Alfred looks at Batman and cocks an eyebrow. "It's the fight of your life, kid. Are you ready?" he asks. Batman nods his head as Alfred continues to study him. "There's only enough venom in you for 2 infusions. We use one now as a test. Make sure your system can handle it, and we use the other in the ring against Bane." Alfred continues as he reaches for his pistol. He tries it out and raises it towards Batman. "Kid, if your system takes to it, we're good. If not, I'll make it quick," Alfred tells him. Batman nods his head, taking in a few quick breaths, thinking about all his friends and what Bane has done to them. "Let's go to war!" He snarls as he activates the venom. The drugs course through his body, causing his muscles to grow and his body to morph in grotesque ways. Meanwhile, the people of Gotham are watching the news. The mayor comes out and comments on Batman's recent message to the city, affirming that there is no secret compound beneath the city that is creating monsters, no secret group that is running things. The only monster in this city is him, and whatever dangerous theatrics he was planning tonight at Veterans Arena will not be happening. We insist that everyone honor the 11 p.m. curfew put in place after the Black Mask attack, and remain home and safe from Batman's lawless violence. Thank you, and God bless Gotham, Mayor Hill says before signing off. Mayor Hill immediately turns to Police Chief Bullock after the camera feed's cut. "So the fight happens at midnight. It came straight from above. No one gets within 10 blocks of that place, except for Batman and him," the mayor orders. Bullock doesn't like it, but he nods his head. "Yes, sir," he grunts. Far beneath the city, Bane has put on his massive coat, and he strides towards the exit, with Dr. Arkham following him. "You should be aware. According to our data, Subject 27 likely has at least 1 infusion left in his system. With the recent enhancement, there's no comparison," Dr. Arkham reminds him. Bane nods. "I'm counting on it. If his system tolerates the venom, he can be your new project from now on. All I want is a long rest, Doctor. One more fight, and I'll have it," he calls over his shoulder. It was some time in the past when Waylon Jones entered the veteran arena. The crowd cheered and booed. No one was at his back. He thought his friends no longer believed in him. Now, Bane walks into the dark arena. No crowds, no cheers. "Well, here I am. I said here I am! Where's your champion?" He bellows into the darkness. The lights suddenly snap on, revealing Batman standing before him. "Hello," the Dark Knight growls. Nearby, Alfred powers up the bat tank, making sure all weapons are primed. "All right, kid. Remember the plan. You wear him down. Keep at him until he uses up all his venom. And then you use yours and finish it," Alfred says over the comms. "Stop talking. It's time." "Harley?" Batman grunts. Up in the stands, Harley readies herself, shouting to the other Red Hoods. Buzzing fills the air as a small army of drones float down, zipping around the arena and recording everything, sending it to the people of Gotham. Bane smiles beneath his mask. "Ah, the Great Republic watches. I hope you've learned some new techniques so we can give them an actual spectacle. So, your move," Bane says. Batman nods gently and steps down on the detonator. Bane turns his head at the sounds of explosions behind him. He watches as the explosion rips through a building. The building begins to shift and fall, tumbling towards him. Bane's eyes widen in shock. "I call this move, Welcome to Gotham," Batman calls to him. Bane lets out a single laugh before the building slams down, and Bane disappears beneath the rubble. But Batman knows that the fight is just beginning. Bane rises up, his body augmented from the venom. His muscles bulge and squirm beneath his skin. "You think I don't see what you're doing, little one?" Bane says as he stomps forward. Batman doesn't move. "Fire!" he orders over the comms. The Bat Truck suddenly launches through the destruction, firing twin grapple lines from the front bumper, impaling Bane from behind. The lines snap tight and pull the Bat Truck even faster, and the massive truck slams into Bane, bringing him to his knees. But Bane isn't done. He stands quickly and grabs hold of the lines, pulling them and whipping the Bat Truck away. Inside, Alfred holds on tight as he is tossed around. "Come on! Is that all you've got?" he demands. Now, Batman is moving. He charges forward, leaping quickly and lashing out with his tendril cape. Batman can't match Bane's speed and power, but he makes up for it in brutality. The sharp tendrils stab into Bane's eye, and with the flick of the cape, Batman pulls the eye from its socket, bringing a scream of pain from Bane. Batman leaps over his back, using the momentum to stab his batarangs into Bane's spine before running towards his head and leaping away. But the venom is flowing now, a constant stream into Bane's bloodstream. His body is growing. His skin is strained to hold the muscles and tendons as they become supercharged. Bane whirls quicker than he should be able to at his size and grabs Batman's cape, pulling it tight and slamming Batman into the ground. "You know, we're not that different, you and me. The truth is, I look at you and I see myself. Young, stupid, but playtime is over. So go on now." Bane orders as he reaches out and grabs Batman with one hand. "Use it! It's your only move," Bane orders. But Batman shakes his head. "Not quite. Now!" he growls. In the stands, Harley nods at the order. "Release the green machine!" she shouts to her Red Hoods. Chains are pulled tight, and a section of the floor is moved away. There is a roar from the darkness, and Wayland Jones leaps out. Now the Killer Croc. Batman struggles to his feet and pulls free his battle axe as the Croc wraps around their enemy, its massive jaws sinking into flesh and tearing it away, swallowing it whole. Batman moves in to help his friend, swinging his axe and taking out a chunk of Bane. "What? No fancy quote?" Batman bellows. Bane reaches down and grabs him, tossing him away. Towards gnats and fleas, we show no pity. Bane mumbles. His body is still growing. Batman flies through the air and slams into the stands. He lays there for a moment until Harley rushes to his side. "Bats! Hey!" she shouts as she leans over him. "So this is probably when someone should give you an inspirational speech, but I'm just gonna tell you to get the f*** up. Cool?" she asks. Batman nods as he struggles up. "Cool," he growls. Harley raises her rifle and opens fire on Bane, shooting several bursts into him. "Now get back in there and save that alligator." Harley shouts over the gunfire. "Crocodile," Batman mumbles as he leaps back into the fight. Bane reaches down and grabs hold of Wayland's jaws, preparing to rip them apart. His body is still too big, too powerful, and still fusing with the venom. Alfred is watching the fight. Kid, he just keeps infusing with the venom. I don't know what his max level is, or if he even has one anymore. Alfred shouts over the comms, suggesting that Batman use the venom in his own system to merely survive the fight and escape. No, we stick to the plan, Batman shouts as he leaps in to save his friend. Waylon! He bellows as he leaps towards Bane. Long ago, Bruce and Selina watched Waylon fight from their place in Falcone's private box. Waylon comes out swinging, wailing on Bibbo Babowski, hitting him again and again. But Waylon is supposed to go down in the 7th. He starts to get tired. Bilbo begins to hit him harder and harder. Waylon is struggling. Finally, Bruce has had enough and walks out, heading down towards the ring. He pushes past the security as Bibbo gets Waylon in a chokehold. Waylon is struggling, but he opens his eyes to see his friend is there. Way, come on, Way, don't give up, Bruce shouted. Now, Batman sails through the air to help his friend, bringing his axe down with explosive power into Bane's spine. The venom-fused giant lets out a roar of pain as his legs give out, and he drops the monstrous crocodile. Bane groans as he struggles to stand, and Batman takes the moment to go to his friend. Waylon lets out a whine of pain as Batman kneels before him. It's all right, Way. Go. And thank you. I got this, Batman whispers. Waylon sinks away, disappearing once more beneath the city. Batman turns back and walks onto the immobile body of Bane. I severed your spine at the thoracic, which means you can't use your legs anymore. But that's okay. You still have your arms, Batman growls. He raises his axe and brings it back down, impaling it into Bane's flesh. Oh man, now you can't use your arms either. But hey, you can still bite me, Batman says. Bane lets out a growl as he starts to get back up, the venom pumping through his system again. Back in Ark M, Dr. Arkham is watching Bane's vitals. Her eyes widen in shock as his body is pushed past what they thought possible. The venom courses through his veins and Bane pushes past the pain, raising up on his broken body. You think you can win? That you're better than me? You're nothing! Bane bellows, grabbing Batman and slamming him into the ground again. He brings his fist down over and over. His body is massive now, bigger than anything humanly possible. I've given everything. Also, my people and my home could be safe, because this is war. But I'm done. It's your turn now. Your turn! Bane bellows. The past. Waylon looks up at his friend. Come on, Way, don't give up, Bruce shouts. Determination can be seen in Waylon's eyes. He grabs hold of Bibbo and suddenly flips through the air, slamming Bibbo into the mat and knocking him out. Now, Bane glares down at Batman. His body is grotesque, the venom all but replacing his blood. Strange eyes seem to grow from his skin, blinking at a new world. Extra mouths begin to open on his shoulder, opening and closing. Now use it, Bane orders. Batman struggles to his knees and nods. All right, you win. You want me to use the venom? I'll use it. He coughs. Catwoman, take the shot, he orders. Up in the stands, Selina raises the rifle to her shoulder and fires. I got you, baby, she says over the comms. The rounds thunder through the air, and the venom syringes slam into Bane's back. directly into the venom-infusing machine, pushing him even further. His body continues to grow, but it's too much. His muscles explode! Wounds open all over his body, but blood doesn't come out. It is the glowing green of the venom. 2 days ago, Selena watches as Eddie leans over Bruce, his long skeletal fingers clacking together as he smiles his strange twitching smile. "So, how much stuff am I taking out of you again?" Eddie asks. "All of it, Eddie. Every drop. I'll beat him my way," Bruce said as Catwoman injected the venom into the syringes. Now, Batman stands before the amorphous mass of tissue that was once Bane. He motions Alfred forward with the bat truck, and they load Bane into the back, taking the time to dump him into the harbor. His friends watch from the hospital, with Harvey cheering as Batman dumps Bane's body. But Oswald is quiet, still struggling to breathe. Later, Selena sits on a plane, flying away from Gotham, from her past. She looks down at the case on her lap that holds the rest of the venom that she took from Bruce. Meanwhile, beneath the city, in the secret labs of Arkham, Dr. Arkham stands before a stasis tube of venom and smiles at the brain that floats there. A brain connected to 2 eyes, with a section of spine and various organs. "Well, good morning. I must say, Bane, you're looking wonderful today," she says cheerfully, as the remains of Bane float. "Your cells, they're just a marvel, but someone else wants to talk to you," Arkham says as she moves a screen in front of the tube. The eyes stare at the Joker as he appears. "Bane, I just want to put your mind at ease. This whole incident I see as a minor setback," Joker says, explaining that he knows Bane wanted to retire to Santa Prisca and lay around with his family. But the Joker knows that wouldn't really make him happy, that Bane loves the fight, loves war. "So, as your friend, I'd like to help. I'm going to free you so you can focus on what you really love. Unburdened, liberated," Joker explains. The images shift to a view of Santa Prisca as a bomber flies overhead. The bombs drop, and the eyes of Bane watch unblinking as his island, his home, and his family are all turned to ash. The past. Thomas Wayne puts down his newspaper and sighs in sadness. Young Bruce glances at the headline, reading that an extremist bombed the city. "Why do they do that, Dad?" Bruce asks. Thomas shakes his head and looks at his son. "I wish I knew, Bruce. I wish I knew how to fix the world," Thomas tells him. He looks back at the paper, which tells of a world that is breaking faster and faster. "Every student I teach, I know I have a chance to make a difference in their life. So maybe someday, one of my students won't make the same mistakes these people made," Thomas says softly. Now, Bruce drives an old beat-up truck past the homeless camp just outside Slaughter Swamp. He glances out the window at the people who huddle around a burning barrel, trying to stay warm. A priest stands among them, handing out food. A young boy looks up at the passing truck and waves. But Bruce keeps driving. He can't help them. Finally, he arrives at Earl's pawn shop in Slaughter Swamp and is led inside by the owner. The old man motions to a pile of weapons and ammo. "As requested, explosives, modified rubber bullets, beanbags, the works. All less lethal," the owner proclaims. Bruce nods as he looks over the inventory. He reaches out and pats a vintage flamethrower. "That will work," he grunts. He turns and hands the guy a wad of cash before starting to load it into the back of his truck. "That project on the edge of town, what's going on?" he asks as he places another box into the back of his truck. The old man shrugs, explaining that a company came through and bought up the land, started building and making big promises to the people of Slaughter Swamp. 3 months into construction, they got up and left. Who knows why? What's left is what you saw when you drove in, the old man says as he leans against the truck. Those people you saw came looking for something better. Didn't find it, he says. But Bruce has stopped listening. His attention is drawn by a nearby commotion. "We told you you can't be here!" someone shouts from a nearby alley. Bruce starts to head toward the sound of a beating. "Leave that alone, son. Nothing you can do," Earl shouts after him. Bruce rounds the corner to find 3 men in pig masks beating a homeless woman and her son. He moves fast, stepping in and slamming his fist into the first goon. Another turns in shock and pulls a knife. "Bro, you just made a big mistake," the pig growls. Bruce readies himself. "We'll see," he grunts. Someone moves behind him, and the shop owner cracks him across the back of the head with a wrench, dropping Bruce to the pavement. "Shoulda listened, city boy," the old man says as he starts to move forward. But a voice calls out, "What do we have here?" The shop owner looks as a towering man steps into the alley, the leader of the white supremacists in Slaughter Swamp, a man named DJ. "Out-of-towner, Savior Complex, DJ," Earl explains. DJ nods and steps forward, kicking Bruce hard on the ground. "Oh, I love city boys," he says with a smile as he kicks him again. The others join in. "Chin up, man. Tonight is the night we get to pay back this horrible city that turned its back on our boys and embraced the swill. All that changes now," DJ calls in between blows, but someone else joins them. The priest Bruce saw earlier steps from the shadows, moving forward and covering Bruce, shielding his body from further beatings and begging for mercy. He looks up at one of the pig goons. "Jeffrey, I've known you since you could walk. This is not you," he shouts. The goons finally give up and head towards their nearby motorcycles. "Leave those bitches on the ground where they belong. Let's do what we came here to do," DJ shouts as they rev their bikes and head off into the night. Later, Bruce awakens on the old priest's couch. He's bandaged and his head is swirling. He looks up to find the priest sitting by his side. "I hope you don't mind. The hospital is a good hour away. They got you really good," the priest says softly. Bruce nods and slowly sits up. "Won't happen again," he grunts. He looks around the room and notices a picture nearby. His eyes widened in surprise. "Is this you?" he asks as he reaches for it, staring at 2 men who are peacefully protesting, their arms linked while shouting their beliefs, with guns pointed at them. "A long time ago now. Made a lot of friends during that time. A lot of us chasing peace. A never-ending journey, it seems," he says. Bruce nods and puts the picture back. 6 months ago, we had an outsider come. Recruiting. I don't know much about him, except that he's been filling the holes in the hearts of all the men here. He's given them a dark place to go," the priest explains, leaning forward in his chair. "They plan to run the people out of the encampment tonight, by any means necessary," he says softly. Bruce stands and heads outside, finding that his truck had been burned, but the case in the back is still secure. The priest follows him, unsure what he's doing. "Where are you going? What are you gonna do?" he asks. Bruce takes the case and starts to walk away. "Sometimes, peace isn't an option," Bruce growls. Shortly, DJ and his goons have arrived at the encampment. where they find the police waiting for them. DJ, you know we can't let you do this, Officer Powell tells DJ. The two men stare at each other before they burst out laughing. Good to have you here, brothers, DJ says as the cops reach up and pull their masks over their heads. He lifts a bat wrapped in barbed wire and points it at the group of homeless in the distance. Let's clean up this town, he roars to his followers. They move quickly down into the encampment, dragging people from their tents, swinging their weapons wildly. DJ is among them, swinging his bat. I am the new truth. I am power, pure power, he proclaims as he starts to raise his arm in a salute. White power! But his ranting is cut off as Batman suddenly appears, grabbing his outstretched arm and snapping the bone at the elbow. Batman pushes him to the ground and moves to the next thug, kicking him hard in the face and bringing him down. One of the cops turns and raises a weapon, but Batman grabs him and power bombs him into the mud. Batman whirls. His body is overtaken by rage. The old pawn shop owner is standing nearby, his arm around a young boy, holding a gun to his head. Don't come any closer, man. I'll do it, Earl snaps. Batman's hand snaps out quickly and 3 batarangs slice through the air and impale the man, stabbing into his eyes and cheek, causing him to stumble back and release the boy. And Batman flies his knee into the man's face. Batman turns back to DJ as the man fumbles for a pistol. He brings it up and fires, but his hands are shaking and the rounds go wild. And Batman stomps forward and smacks the weapon aside as he punches the man in the face. He begins to beat him, his fists falling again and again. Blood begins to splatter with each blow. But suddenly, the priest is there, throwing his body over DJ, just as he did Bruce. Stop! This won't fix it! It won't! The priest pleads. Batman stares at him in surprise. What are you doing? I don't know how to make it better. I only know how to not make it worse. Please, this isn't the way. The priest begs. Batman stares at him for a moment before pointing to the symbol on his chest. This is my way! He yells before turning away. DJ's men have begun to flee, and Batman knows they are gathering more men for a second attack. He begins to follow them, but stops when he picks up the ring of keys on the pawn shop owner's belt, turning to see a massive construction truck lit up by the lightning. The goons head to the headquarters of the white supremacists. They begin to barricade themselves inside, readying their weapons, but they don't know what's coming for them. The lookout suddenly bursts through the door and keeps running. Get back! Get back! He yells to the other gunman. Batman smiles as he drives the heavy dump truck through the front of the house. He leaps out the door and is among the racists in moments, swinging his axe, chopping through their weapons. One of them stumbles away, squeezing the trigger on an empty pistol as Batman stalks towards him. Get back, man! You can't do this! We're human beings! The man shouts. Batman shakes his head and pushes aside his cape, revealing the flamethrower that he took from the pawn shop. No, you're roaches. Only one way to deal with those. Batman growls at him as he activates the flamethrower. It ignites with a whoosh, and the flames leap out, eating at the wood and spreading quickly. When the flamethrower tank is empty, Batman steps out into the night, the flames glowing behind him. He stops as he sees the priest providing first aid for one of the goons. Why? Batman asks softly. The priest looks up at him for a moment before turning back to his work. You have your way, and I have mine, he whispers. Batman stares for a moment longer before turning away and heading towards his new Batmobile. The past. Thomas hugs his son. You did a lot of cool stuff when you were younger, Dad. You made a difference. You did something. I'm gonna do that too. I'm gonna be just like you, Bruce promises as he looks at his father's old pictures, holding up one where his father stood with a priest, arms linked in peaceful protest. Thomas smiles at his son and pulls him into a hug. You have a strong and compassionate heart. All you have to do is be yourself. No matter what you do, I'll always be proud of you, Thomas tells him. Sanctuary. The party animals slip quietly into the large house. The group is led by a massive man, his body cloaked against the burns that Batman gave him after their failed attack on the Gotham Municipal Building. They are on the run. The kitchen's back here. I've got the gun cabinet, one of them whispers as he moves deeper into the house. His crew moves past him and heads towards the kitchen, part of his face revealed by the cracks in his party animal mask. But he stops. His eyes fall on the family photos. A smiling boy standing with his parents. In the kitchen, the party animals begin to boil oil in pots on the stove. They grab kitchen knives and duct tape them to broom handles for spears. We need sentries on the roof, someone hisses, and two of them head off. The leader joins the young party animal at the gun cabinet. The door swings open to reveal empty racks and a couple of spare shells. A shotgun cocks behind them. I sleep with a shotgun these days. What have you done now, Victor? A voice calls. Victor's father steps out of the shadows of his bedroom, the shotgun in hand. I thought I recognized your voice, Victor. You brought friends. I called the cops. You can take what you want and go, Victor's father tells them. But the party animal leader shakes his head. Cops aren't too punctual these days, Pops. Something much worse is on its way, the leader hisses. Above them, there is a scream. Outside, something dark leaps from the night. Lightning crashes and illuminates a dark, cloaked figure. The two sentries scream as they are pulled into the shadows. Inside, one of the party animals rushes forward and hits Victor's father with a hammer, dropping the old man. Another retrieves the shotgun. Like I said, something much worse than us is on its way, he whispers. He turns back to the old man, blood seeping from the head wound. We need guns, old man. Is this the only one? The leader growls. Victor's father motions to a space behind the bar. Floor safe. Behind the bar, he gasps. Suddenly, there is a crash from upstairs, and all the party animals freeze in place. It's the upstairs window. He's inside, one of them whispers. The one with the shotgun readies the weapon and heads slowly towards the stairs. The head goon opens the floor safe and pulls out a bundle. His eyes widen beneath the mask as he opens it to find automatic weapons and grenades. Damn! You one of us, you old sumbitch? The leader laughs. He reaches into his robes and pulls out a vial. Just need a special brew for our last stand. Crafted by reincarnated Hyperborean witches. Synthesized from the spinal cords of frightened orphans. At least that's what they said online. He grunts as he snorts the powder. Nearby, the animal with the shotgun slowly moves forward, watching the stairs. He steps out from the hallway, and something grabs him from above, yanking him up into the shadows. The shotgun drops to the floor as he screams in pain and fear before disappearing. Two party animals rush forward with their makeshift spears, but something hits them and sends them flying back into the kitchen. The other party animals watch in horror as Batman steps from the shadows, his cape swirling about him as if it is alive. The leader charges forward, drawing twin automatic Uzis, his body pumped up from the drug in his system. He no longer feels the pain from his burns and tosses aside his cloak. You burned me once, you sumbitch! Suck holy flame! The leader screams as he opens fire. He laughs as the rounds chew through the kitchen. Victor's father jumps in to pull his son to the ground as the leader fires indiscriminately. But Batman leaps over the uncontrolled fire and kicks out at the leader. But the thug drops his weapons and snatches Batman out of the air. "Feel my righteous hand, demon!" The party animal leader bellows. Batman twists in his grasp and brings the thug to the floor, twisting his arm around and snapping it. The other party animals grab the pots of boiling oil and rush to help their leader, but Batman is thrown into them, knocking them all away. The leader gets back to his feet, ignoring his broken arm, and charges Batman again. But Batman reaches out with his cloak, grabbing one of the pots of oil from the party animals and throws it at the leader, the boiling oil melting his skin off. The sound of sizzling flesh and smell of burning skin fills the kitchen. Batman stares at his enemy. The leader staggers on his feet for a moment before reaching down and pulling the pins off the two grenades. "Suns burn to make light, and cast out the dark!" he bellows. Batman turns and moves fast, leaping across the room, throwing his cape up for protection. The explosion rips apart the kitchen. Moments pass until all returns to silence. Smoke fills the room, but eventually clears, revealing Batman standing over Victor and his father, protecting them. The father smiles at his son. "You're okay. You're all right, kid," Victor's father whispers as blood pours down his face. Shortly, Batman swoops off into the night, prepared to protect his city once more. Somewhere in the world, Jack, the man known as the Joker, steps off a private plane onto a remote island. He looks around and sees that he's alone. Slowly, he pulls a bag from the hold and looks inside. It is full of weapons. Guns, knives, a crossbow. He shoulders the bag and sets off alone in the wilds of the island. Gotham City, the bunker. Alfred calls Bruce over. Bane has fallen. It is time. Time for Batman to know the truth about the man behind all of this. "Forget what's true, Pennyworth. Tell me what you believe," Batman growls. Alfred begins his tale. It starts here with one of the first films ever recorded, 1888. Alfred points to the boy in the back, a boy in clown makeup, his great-grandfather, Joseph Grimm I, or Jack. Supposedly, he was an amazing performer on the streets of Gotham, could make people laugh so hard that you could hear it from blocks away. Though he never laughed himself. Eventually, he got older and brought his act to vaudeville, took the money he earned from that and started his own theater. Just kidding. The JK. JK? Bruce asks with a cocked eyebrow. Alfred just shrugs. From there, the man invested in silent pictures. Audiences said that he had the ability to make people laugh the loudest. By 40, he had made a fortune and was a member of several of Gotham's elite men's clubs. Alfred goes through his report, but he was never one for the spotlight himself. There are almost no photos of him, no interviews, barely any records at all, in fact. He exists mostly in the shows he produced and the charity. Alfred tells Bruce, explaining that Jack Grimm was a major philanthropist, especially devoted to children's causes. Jack died in 1938, according to the records, and is buried in a family crypt here in the city. Alfred tells him. He moves on to Jack's son, Jack Grimm Jr. This Jack expanded the business in the 1920s and got into the early days of television and continued his father's work in children's charities. By the 1960s, Jack III continued to grow their empire, creating one of the first cable network companies, devoted primarily to comedies and children's shows, and eventually funding public broadcasting. Jack IV was born in the 1970s and took the company into gaming systems and expanded JK's philanthropy to global causes. Which finally brings us to our Jack. Jack Grimm V. Young, smart, and by far the most successful. Alfred continues. Jack V was one of the first investors into online gaming and a primary backer in graphics processing units. He also vastly widened JK's charitable initiatives, international literacy programs, peace orgs, medicine and aid drops, to those who knew him, lauded and loved. So where is it? Where's the smoking gun, Pennyworth? What's so scary about this guy? Bruce demands. Alfred sighs and shakes his head. On paper, nothing is scary about him. Just the opposite. He's the 5th chapter in a story about a family that made its fortune by helping Americans and people around the world to smile and laugh. He's a little eccentric, sure, but all billionaires are eccentric, Alfred whispers. On the island, Jack moves through the jungle, stalking his prey. He stops and looks up as a jungle cat crouches in the trees and growls. The predator lets out a hiss and leaps forward, its claws prepared to strike. But Jack steps back and draws his knives, driving them into the animal's throat, splattering his own face with blood. He pauses for a moment as the cat goes still, blood pooling beneath it. But Jack turns his head away. He's listening. He hears someone in the distance. Back in the bunker, Alfred starts his tale over. 1888. Back on the streets of Gotham, Jack Grimm always did his act in one spot, in front of a dentist's office. There were rumors that Jack would sneak in and leak nitrous oxide, laughing gas, into the street. This would make people laugh and more suggestible, and they'd give all their money to him. The act was a trick, a sleight of hand, Alfred whispers. It was no different when Jack got older. They said he played companies and films against each other, profiting from both sides. He did the same when the wars came, profiting off helping fund both the Allies and the Axis. His motto was to live life like a clown. A clown plays the fool while making a fool of everyone else. He's a mastermind, a schemer. All the gold in the world isn't enough. Nothing's enough. Alfred continues. The island. Jack steps from the trees, knife in hand, to find a makeshift house on the beach. Hello? Is anyone home? He calls. A man comes out of the house and stares at him. His eyes were full of tears at seeing another human being. Hello? Oh, thank God! The man shouts as he runs across the beach. Mister, I've been trapped on this island alone for nearly 30 years. I don't know how I got here. The man shouts, but he suddenly stops short as he gets closer to Jack, close enough to recognize him. You? But how? The man gasps. Jack smiles at him and readies his crossbow. Run, Jack hisses. Back in the bunker, Bruce shakes his head. Pennyworth, what do you believe? He demands. Alfred nods and starts over once more. 1888. Many of the people that enjoyed Jack's shows were found dead, their bodies twisted in pain, their mouths stuck in a horrific grin. It was some kind of strychnine poisoning, one of the few toxins that could be absorbed through the skin. Lots of people who encountered the Grimms over the years came to mysterious ends. There were darker projects. The Grimms invested in some of the deadliest inventions of the last 100 years. Bombs, bioweapons, and viruses. There are records of them laughing, Bruce, at the tests. Only then, Alfred whispers. Bruce nods. Keep going. What do you believe? He asks softly. Alfred nods and gets to the point. I believe he uses the children, Bruce. At first, he used the ones in the orphanage, and now he uses something else. He's found some way of using their cells, using the research done at his arks. Some terrible elixir. I believe there is no Grimm family. I believe there's only ever been one Jack Grimm. Maybe it's just his infernal science, or some dark pact. The island. The man runs, but Jack fires his crossbow. The bolt takes the man in the leg and he stumbles. Jack stalks forward, dropping his weapons and removing his clothes. Ready or not, here I come! He growls, his voice changing, becoming something monstrous. The man looks back in horror as Jack's body begins to twist. His bones begin to snap and alter. Horns grow from his head as his eyes turn red and his jaw becomes impossibly long. He opens his mouth to reveal rows of sharp teeth. He's something terrible, Bruce. A nightmare thing that stalks the earth. Not a man who never laughs, but the beast that is always laughing at us. Alfred finally says. So who is he? He's the Joker. The man screams as the monster leaps forward. Laughter fills the air as its jaws bite into him. The screams echoing across the island. The bunker. Batman turns away. I've heard enough. I need to check on Waylon. Batman says as he stalks away. Alfred nods. I understand. Be careful out there, kid, he calls. Batman moves through the city, swooping amongst the shadows of the rooftops, unaware that someone is watching him from the streets below. Well, hello there, Jack whispers. He gets into his car and returns home. His butler greets him with food. Welcome back, Master Grimm. It's so nice to finally have you home. Are you hungry? He asks. But Jack shakes his head. No, I ate, he says. He heads into the study and moves the hands on the grandfather clock, opening the secret passage to the stairs that lead below. I have plans to make, though. So, if you need me, I'll be in the cave, he says as he descends into the darkness. Gotham, 1945. Amadeus Arkham stands in his study in Arkham Asylum, staring at several paintings on the wall. There is a quiet rapping at his door, and he moves to open it, finding a smiling man on the other side. Good day, Dr. Arkham. I'm not too early, am I? The man asks. But Arkham motions the man inside. It's fine. The faster we complete this process, the better, he explains, pointing out that it's time to sell and let someone else take on his dream and mission. Now, if you'll follow me, I'll take you for a tour of the grounds, Amadeus tells him. But the man stops and stares at a portrait. I couldn't help but notice this woman. If you don't mind me asking, who is she? He asks. Amadeus stares at the woman sadly. That would be my mother. In some ways it can be said, this place began with her, he says quietly. And so the tale begins. The Civil War had just ended, and Amadeus and his family were awaiting their father's return. He had served the Union, and the war had ended. He should be home any day. Amadeus's mother waited by the window, staring out each day. Finally, on a rainy night, she saw a Union soldier approaching the door. Your father is home, she exclaimed to the children as she rushed to the door. But it was not him that they found, but a Union soldier with a letter explaining that her husband had died in the last battle of the war. a battle fought after the Confederates had surrendered. Stricken by grief, Amadeus's mother reached for the soldier's gun. She shot him first, before turning the weapon on her children. Amadeus's sister was the first to go, followed by his brother. But when the pistol was aimed at him, his mother hesitated. Instead, she turned the weapon on herself. The shots echoed in the small house until Amadeus was all that was left. Alone in this world, Amadeus was taken in by the Elliott Gotham City orphanage and lived there until he was 18. After leaving, Amadeus dreamed of building a place to help those like his mother, those in need. Using the money from the Elliott family grant and buying cheap land, he built Arkham Asylum, staffed with those who felt the same and used the best science to help those who needed it. Of course, with this being Gotham, the asylum was quickly filled with patients that could only be described as in need. But of course, Arkham was not without its issues. Amadeus moved through the halls and stood before the cell of one man in particular. A man so vile and heinous that Amadeus refused to use his name in his journals, instead only naming him Jack Doe. A man who murdered multiple people. A man who was always laughing at his crimes, a hideous grin on his face. But Amadeus was not deterred, and this man became the patient he was most determined to help, to give him the care that his mother never received. In the present, Amadeus leads his prospective buyer through the cell block. So tell me, Doctor, why has Arkham so clearly fallen on such hard times? The man asks as he examines the rundown cells and the rusty bars. Amadeus nods thoughtfully and looks at the man. Fewer and fewer patients for one thing. Fancier and more modern facilities sponsored by the Lazarus Corp in Metropolis and elsewhere for another, he says. The truth is, this place would have had to close years ago, if not for the kindness of benefactors, such as yourself, he says. The man turns to him with a smile. Ha! It appears you've done your homework, Doctor. I like my donations to be anonymous, the man says, explaining that mental health is very important to him. I've seen up close the suffering caused by conditions of the mind, and I feel it's our duty to find cures so that younger generations never have to contend with them. Our children deserve a better future. Do you have any children, Doctor? The man asks. Amadeus peers into the shadows of the asylum, a haunted look overtaking his eyes. No, I never had any children, he says softly as he thinks back. It was a rain-drenched night in 1885 when a boy arrived on the asylum's doorstep. He was soaked in blood. The nurses helped clean him up, and the boy insisted that he didn't know whose blood it was or what happened. Having been an orphan himself, Amadeus took pity on him and took him in. He became a sort of protege. The boy seemed to believe in the asylum just as Amadeus did, and Amadeus began to see him as a son, someone who would take over his legacy when he was gone. Tomorrow is a new page, Father, the boy would say. He was ever an optimist, even when he met Jack Doe. The cruel Joker tried to get under the boy's skin, taunting him, but still, the boy remained undeterred. One day, Jack got free and took the boy captive, pressing a shiv to his throat. The police arrived, aiming their pistols at Jack's face, knowing that if he harmed the boy, it would result in instant death. Jack released him. Amadeus embraced the boy after the ordeal, knowing that it had only strengthened the light within him. In the present, the buyer watches as an orderly pushes a patient down the halls. You still do get patients, I see, he notes. Amadeus nods. Few and far between, and with a small staff to help me at this point. But yes, we do, he says. The buyer looks back to Arkham and asks the question that Amadeus knew was coming. Tell me about the breakout. It was 1886. One of the orderlies had gotten too close to Jack's cell. The man was killed with a broken toothbrush and his keys stolen. Jack released several more of the patients during his escape, but they didn't go out the front where the police were waiting. They headed down into the furnace room. Quietly, they broke through the brick wall and tunneled out of the asylum, escaping into the world. Once Amadeus knew that Jack had escaped, he had a revelation that made his heart stop. He knew who Jack would target before making his escape, and he rushed to the boy's room, but found it empty. Blood splattered on the blankets, and a teddy bear left behind. I never forgave myself for the breakout, and for what happened as a result. To cope, I converted this old storeroom and created this, a record of my own shame, Amadeus says, as he opens the door and leads the man inside. The buyer stares in fascination at the newspaper articles pinned to the wall, a fascinating timeline of violence and murder. The breakout was hidden from the papers to prevent panic. Sick people, under Jack's tutelage, twisted towards crime. There were robberies and murders. Eventually, all were brought back to this place. All except him. The man I believe would become the world's most notorious serial killer, Jack the Ripper. The buyer nods, finally looking back to Amadeus. The furnace room. I'd like to see it, the buyer says. Amadeus leads him down, though he admits that he hadn't gone down here since the breakout. The buyer stops before one of the brick walls and points to the mismatched bricks. This wall is where they escaped from? He asks. Amadeus nods, but the man motions to the other side of the room, where another wall has been re-bricked. Then why is this wall re-bricked as well? He asks. Amadeus stares at it in surprise. Having not been down here in ages, as I've said, it's not something I would have noticed before, he says quietly. The buyer nods and smiles. Ever wonder what else you never noticed, Doctor? He asks, as he leans in close and whispers something. Something that stops Amadeus cold. Amadeus's eyes widen in horror as the man turns away. You don't have to see me out, Doctor. I love the place, the man says quietly as he walks back upstairs. That night, Amadeus's mind reels as he goes over what the man said. He must have heard him wrong, the buyer, but some part of him knew that he had not. He slipped from his bed and went back down to the furnace room. He took down the wall quietly and fell to his knees at the sight of what lay beyond it. The remains of Jack Doe, a sharpened toothbrush in his throat, and a note on his chest. Tomorrow's a new page. It wasn't Jack's work that Amadeus had been following. It was the boy's. Amadeus burned the asylum to the ground, killing those few patients still left inside. He refused to allow the boy, now a man, to have it, fearing the horrors that he would inflict upon the world. However, before burning it, Amadeus had sent a journal to the captain of the Gotham City Police Department, explaining everything about the boy, telling him that he must stop this monster. However, it wasn't the police captain who found it. It was the boy, the buyer, Jack Grimm. The present day. Jack Grimm sits behind his desk in Arkham. He stands and heads into his control room. What am I supposed to be looking at, sir? Someone asks from the shadows. Jack motions to the monitors, where Batman stops a bank robbery, beating the robbers to a pulp, and even blocking a bullet with his battle axe. You're watching your target. They call him the Batman, Jack explains. If I'm being honest, sir, I've seen enough to know that he's no real threat. I can handle him easily, the assassin says. Jack nods as he taps a few buttons on the console, opening the doors to the Isley and Langstrom biomes. I know you can, but there are other friends I'd like to introduce him to in the meantime, Jack says. He turns to the assassin as the man steps from the shadows. Don't worry, you'll get your chance soon enough. Everything in due time, my Deathstroke. Friday morning, Bruce's co-workers find him asleep in his truck at the construction site. They laugh at the young guy in his late nights, knocking on the window to wake him up. Late night, eh, big guy? What have you been doing with yourself? They laugh as they all get to work. Bruce does his job and works hard, listening to the construction guys talk about Batman, Bane, and the possibility of monsters beneath the city. At the end of the day, Bruce is approached by Lucius Fox. Good to have you back, the foreman says. Won't happen again, Mr. Fox, Bruce replies, not explaining his long leave of absence. But Fox merely shrugs. I know you, which means I know you wouldn't have taken off unless something serious was going on. So, as your friend, I just want to make sure you're okay, Lucius tells him. Bruce stares off into the city. He's far from okay. After work, he heads to the hospital, hoping to see his friends. I brought subs, double steak for you, Harv, and for Oz, the bird supreme, Bruce tells them as he ducks into the room. Harvey glares at him, half his face bandaged, flashes of dark, bruised skin sticking out from beneath. Ah, that's thoughtful of you, Bruce, he says in his usual voice. Except, Oz can't eat solids yet. A second, darker voice finishes the thought. Bruce nods and looks at the floor. Oz shifts in his bed, his lump of a body still trying to heal from the attack by Bane. Sandwiches! At least Selena left us dough before she took off, he snaps. Every word painful. Bruce doesn't look at him. I didn't come here to fight, he says softly. But Oz doesn't care. He tries to shift more so he can look at Bruce. And why did you come here, Bruce? To make it all better? To patch things up? Everyone sees me, Harv, and Ed, and thinks we're f***ing monsters. But you chose this. You! And now you can't even look at us. You did a real good job saving the city. How about next time you try saving your friends? Oz snarls at him. Bruce finally turns away and walks out of the room. Alone, Harvey looks at him. Harsh, Oz, he says in his normal voice. Nah, he deserved it, the darker voice finishes. That night, Batman slips into the Gotham Museum of Natural History. Quietly, he makes his way into the Greek mythology wing. He studies the ancient myths about people turned into beasts and monsters by the gods. Finally, he reaches into his belt and pulls out the Talisman of Hecate. I demand an audience with Diana of the Wild Isle, Bruce whispers. A portal of blood-red light flashes, and Diana steps through. Hello, Bruce. Since the talisman only works 3 times, I can assume you're summoning me for something dire, she asks. Bruce nods as he steps forward. I have a friend who was changed, mutated into something half human, half animal, and he's been getting worse. Your myths are full of beings who go from human to beast, beast to human. I was hoping you can help me. Diana ponders it for a moment before shaking her head. I'm afraid there's nothing to cure your friend on this plane. I do know of one artifact that might help. In the other realm, she tells him, explaining that it will be a long and dangerous journey. If there is something to help Waylon, I want to go. Now, Bruce says quickly. Diana nods and cuts her hand gently, using her blood magic to open a gate to the world. Batman readies his axe and steps through. His eyes widen at the strange world he finds himself in. The bones of a fallen giant lay in the distance. Is this Hades? He questions. Diana shakes her head and explains that they are somewhere in between, a place that bridges the 2 realms. The being we seek is Acrolis. He guards a bridge very far from here. Let's begin, she says as she begins to walk. What about your flying horse? Bruce asks her. She glances at him. Anything flying here is a target. Besides, Pegasus is still wary of mortals, finding most of them unworthy, she notes. And so, their journey begins. Day 2. Lightning flashes in the sky. If you look at the lightning, it will kill you, she warns Bruce. Day 3. A winged beast flies near them, singing with a beautiful voice. If you listen to its song, it will kill you, Diana warns. Day 7. They cross a great desert. If you stumble, the sands will kill you. Day 11. Bruce looks in awe as a cyclops stomps past in the distance. If you look in his eye, Diana starts to say. He'll kill me? Bruce asks. Diana looks at him in shock. No, it's just impolite. Why would he kill you? She asks. The days continue. Bruce tells Diana about his life, about how his father saved him that day at the zoo. No child should lose their father that way. I'm truly sorry, Bruce. Finally, they arrive at Acrolis's bridge, where they find the remains of a king on an altar. 2 coins lay over his eyes. Payment for Charon, the ferryman, to buy passage into Elysium, where fallen heroes dwell, Diana explains. Bruce stares at the body. Do they really give people passage? Diana stares at him for a moment before turning away. They can see Acrolis's bridge in the distance. Some say they do nothing, others that they grant crossing. Still others, they serve as a dream bridge, offering visions. But no matter, we've arrived. We'll camp here tonight. Tomorrow, we fight, she tells him as they settle for the night. That night, they sit by the fire, and Diana tells Bruce about Acrolis, explaining that his bow is what transforms people from beast to man and man to beast. The land he guards is full of beings he's changed, she says as she offers Bruce a potion. It will protect you, not against injury or death, but at least against Acrolis's magic. Bruce nods and drinks the green liquid. Diana, you think I can do this? Help my friend? Bruce asks softly. She looks down at the fire. Everything you need lies inside you. Now sleep, she whispers. That night, Bruce falls into a deep sleep. Silently, Diana stands and leans over him, pressing 2 coins against his eyes. Bruce awakens to find himself in the realm of dreams as a child, wearing his Batman cowl, where he is greeted by his father. Hey kiddo, Thomas says with a smile as Bruce runs into his arms and hugs his father. They begin to walk through the world of nothing. So, what's on your mind? Thomas asks. Bruce shakes his head, explaining that Thomas was a hero and saved Bruce and the others that day. But Bruce can't even save his friends. He's trying, but he just keeps hurting everyone he cares about. Thomas looks at his young son. This might come as a surprise, but I don't think of what I did that day at the zoo as saving you, Thomas tells him, explaining that saving Bruce was everything he did before that, teaching him about right and wrong, making sure that he woke up every day with food and love, that he made sure Bruce had a future in the world, build something strong. Bruce stares up at his father with love in his eyes. I really miss you, Dad, Bruce whispers. He awakens with a start, the coins falling from his eyes, to find Diana standing over him. Bruce, it's time. Get ready, she tells him softly. Bruce pulls on his armor and readies his axe. I can help you fight, but the weapon must be given to you when you best him, Diana explains. They step onto the bridge and ready their weapons. Acrolis, come and face us, Diana bellows. Batman watches as a mighty centaur steps from the clouds that cover the bridge.
Well, well, Diana of the Amazons, daughter of Circe, who, though gifted with the power of transformations like myself, is too good to consort with us lowly beings down here. What divine joy I shall take in felling you, and your mortal mate.
Acrolis snarls. Diana and Batman leap at the centaur.
We're not together, they both bellow as they swing their weapons.
Diana goes low, but Acrolis blocks her greatsword.
Bruce slashes high, his axe biting into flesh and knocking one of the centaur's swords away. He whirls and brings his fist up into the creature's belly, knocking him to the ground, where Acrolis doesn't move. Slowly, Bruce steps up to the monster.
Bruce, never stand behind a centaur, Diana warns.
But it is too late, and Acrolis' hindquarters rear up and kick Bruce hard, sending him flying off the bridge. Shame! I admit he had a warrior's heart. He would have made a fine bat centaur for my stable.
Acrolis snorts as he stands. Diana moves to the edge and watches Bruce plummet to the clouds below. But she watches as Pegasus suddenly appears, flying down into the clouds and disappearing. They watch as Pegasus reappears, flying over the bridge.
Acrolis, I got your bat centaur right here, Batman growls as he readies his axe. But Acrolis turns and draws his bow, firing an arrow at Diana. Batman leaps from Pegasus into the arrow's path, shielding his friend and taking the blow to the shoulder. He tumbles to the bridge, and Acrolis draws another arrow. But Diana is moving now, her sword flashing and cutting another arrow out of the sky.
You were right, Acrolis. My mother is a master of transformation. But so am I. Watch closely as I transform your face. Diana snarls as she lashes out, cracking the centaur across the face and dropping him to the ground. With Acrolis defeated, Diana rushes to Bruce's side. Slowly, she helps him up.
Diana, I failed. I couldn't. The artifact.
He gasps. But she shakes her head as she breaks the arrow in his shoulder, leaving the arrowhead inside his flesh. You've not failed, Bruce. Remember what I told you. Now let's get you home, she says softly as she easily lifts him. Darkness begins to overtake him, and for a brief moment, Bruce can see his father watching them. Goodbye, Thomas whispers. Sunday morning, Bruce's alarm beeps and he sits up. The head of the arrow is still buried in his shoulder, and he remembers what Diana said that night at the fire. Everything you need lies inside you. Bruce pulls out the arrowhead and stares at the glowing orange crystal. Turn 2 legs into 4, and 4 into 2. That night, in the sewers, Waylon pulls himself out of the muck to feast on the cart of meat that Bruce and Alfred leave for him. But he also finds a necklace and a note. Way, wear this necklace. Let it touch your skin. You are never alone. B. The note reads. Waylon narrows his eyes and reaches for the necklace.
Bruce,
he hisses softly. Pamela was 10 when her mother surprised her with a trip to Gotham City. They lived out in rural Kane County, deep in the woods. Pamela wasn't used to wearing shoes. Her mother used to call her Ivy because of how she liked to climb trees. They went to the top of the Hart Building, where her mother explained that it was the heart of the city, where the crosswinds would intersect. And it was said that it was the best place to make a wish, because the winds would take it away to root it somewhere out there. Pamela's mother hands her a dandelion and tells her to make a wish. Pamela blows on it and watches as the pappus flies away. Now, a security guard moves through the shadows of a building, his flashlight shining in the dark. Hello? He calls as he hears something. The light falls on strange vines on the floor, connecting to red bulbs. The guard's eyes widen as something shifts in the bulbs. The creature looks at him and hisses.
What the hell?
The guard gasps as he turns to run, but something is there. It has him. Vines slither up his body and into his nose and mouth.
Welcome, officer,
Ivy whispers.
to my wish.
Shortly, police choppers buzz overhead, floodlights falling on the strange forest that has begun to grow out of the Hart building. The radios crackle as Mayor Hill's orders to stay out of the biohazard zone is broadcast. One of the chopper pilots looks to his partner in surprise.
What kind of psycho would go in?
He scoffs. Below, a chainsaw rips through the growing vines as Batman cuts his way inside. He breathes deeply from a gas mask connected to an oxygen tank and peers around the strange environment. I'm in. Talk. He growls to Alfred over the radio. Back in the bunker, Alfred watches his vitals and checks the police reports. GCPD intel indicates the air is highly contaminated with an unknown biological agent. 7 of Balak's best went in ahead of you and brought in an augmented mobile ultrasonic cannon, a military weapon that uses compressed sound waves to separate cells. Whatever's in there, be careful, kid, Alfred tells him, not liking this at all. Batman nods and presses forward. Shortly, he finds the GCPD officers. They stand in a field of shifting grass. I have eyes on the officers, Batman reports. But in the bunker, Alfred shakes his head and leans forward. That's not possible. There are no human signatures on your floor, or any floor near it. Whatever you're looking at, they're not people, Alfred tells him. The officers suddenly shift. Eyes that are no longer human glaring at Batman as he approaches. Their skin shifts beneath their uniforms as their bodies morph, shredding the armor as new, growth-covered limbs grow out of their bodies. The monsters roar and charge. 1 week ago, Bruce tries to see his friends. He heads into the sewers to look for Waylon, hoping the magical arrowhead is working. But the only thing he finds is his shedded outer layer of skin. Reptiles only shed when they're growing larger. At the Iceberg Lounge, Oswald's goons escort him away, explaining that he is no longer allowed on the premises. He goes to the hospital to visit Harvey, but the nurse explains that Harvey disappeared in the night, even though the 2 halves of his skull haven't fully healed. Eddie doesn't answer the door, even though Bruce offers him a riddle. He walks through the city, a city that now reveres Batman in a way that Bruce never intended. Now, one of the officers' face splits open like a Venus flytrap, and tendrils snake out for Batman, but he slices through them with his chainsaw gauntlets. According to the data, these things are a blend of human and plant DNA. The spores in the air must be some kind of recombinant mutagen, Alfred warns him. Whatever you do, keep that mask on, he orders. But the monsters pile on top of Batman, dragging him to the ground and ripping off his mask. Kid, I just said, Alfred shouts. I know! Bruce roars as he shoves the monsters off of him, whirling with his chainsaw gauntlets and cutting them apart. Finally, the last one falls and he quickly reaches for his mask. The cape, it'll work as a barrier. But those things, they weren't just human and plant hybrids. There was more to them than that, Bruce gasps. You can tell me all about it back at the bunker. We're aborting this mission right now. Alfred shouts at him over the comms, but Batman shakes his head. Shut up and listen. I saw something like them back at Arc M. I need you to look up a name for me, Pennyworth. Isley, Batman says as he continues forward, starting to climb up the vines. Pamela was 23 when she returned to Gotham. Her mother was dying, a knot of cells in her brain growing out of control. But Pamela is confident in her work. She has begun to combine human and plant DNA, creating something that can heal itself through photosynthesis. Now, Batman climbs higher. More of the creatures appear. These ones, some sort of reptile mixed with plants. The monsters hiss and charge. Batman cuts through them. Kid, I'm detecting something on that floor. Something human. Keep your eyes open, Alfred warns. Batman turns as something descends upon him. Something that looks like a biblically accurate angel. Wings unfurl as multiple eyes stare at him, and a hideous mouth opens wide. He collides with Batman and brings him to the ground, his gore-filled mouth getting closer as mismatched teeth snap at him. Batman struggles with the creature before managing to pull a grenade from his belt. He tosses it into the open mouth. The grenade detonates, and the monster sags. Slowly, Batman struggles to his feet. You were onto something before, Alfred tells him over the comms. Pamela Isley, PhD, MD, MS. She died, age 25. Something shifts in a nearby pile of vines. Batman cautiously moves forward. He stops short as a human hand breaks through and reaches out for help. Batman grabs the hand and pulls a woman free. Barbara Gordon. Batman! The team! Where are they? Barbara asks as she catches her breath. Batman slowly shakes his head. They're gone, Officer Gordon, he tells her. Barbara lowers her head in sadness. They've reached a ledge, the strange forest world falling away before them. Brass didn't tell us anything. They just sent us in with this augied up MUC, she says before turning back to Batman. Look, I was sent in here to stop whatever is happening up there. Me. You can join me as my partner. But you and me, this time, we're a team, Barbara starts to tell him. Batman's hand reaches out and grabs the ultrasonic cannon off her back before pushing her off the ledge with a piece of his cape attached to her. He watches as the cape inflates into a parachute and gently floats her to the ground far below.
You piece of...
Barbara shouts as she plummets below. Batman readies the cannon and turns back to the vines. His eyes widen as he looks at the ground and sees a large face staring back at him. He shakes his head and the face disappears. You okay in there? It looks like the higher up you go, the denser the spores get, Alfred warns. I'm fine. I'm going up, Batman growls as he continues his climb. Pamela is 25. Her research is going well. She's remade cells into new DNA, creating something better. Humans that are reconnected to nature. But those that fund her work are looking at only what it can do for them, for their companies. Pamela is in the city. She is staring up at the Hart Building. She decides that she is going to take her work somewhere else. 1 week ago, Bruce decides that he needs to go to the one place where life still makes sense, his mother's apartment. But he stops at the doorway. He can hear someone with his mother inside. Jim Gordon sits with Martha on the couch. I'm just worried about him. I see him trying so hard with his friends, trying to put on a brave face with me, Martha says to Jim. Gordon reaches out for her hand. He's a strong kid, Mar. Stronger than either of us, Jim tells her. Martha nods. She knows she needs to do something for Gotham. She looks into Gordon's eyes. Look, there are things about me that you don't know. Things no one does. Things that if they came out would change everything, Martha tells him. Jim leans forward. Not everything, he whispers before kissing her. Bruce shifts in the doorway. The floor creaks beneath his feet, but he's gone before they can see him. Out in the hallway, Jim catches a glimpse of Bruce before he disappears down the stairs. "Shit," he whispers. Now, Batman has reached the top of the forest, the cannon in his hands. The radio crackles in his ear, Alfred's words breaking up. "Kid, Spode, Pennyworth, I'm here. I made it. I'm at the top," Batman growls. A tree seems to unfold, revealing an animal-like face and small limbs. Ivy steps from the creature's enfolding embrace. "Yes, you are," she says with a smile as she walks forward, flowers blooming with her every step. "Isn't it beautiful?" she asks. Batman peers at her. She seems human. "Dr. Isley?" he asks. She smiles deeper and reaches out for the creature, petting it gently. "I used to be, a lifetime ago," she explains. The radio crackles again. "Kid, can you hear me? I'm getting nothing human up there. She's not Isley. Not anymore," Alfred warns. Vines suddenly snake up from the floor, wrapping around Batman's limbs and holding him in place. The cannon is ripped from his grasp and pulled away as Batman is brought to his knees. "It's okay. Nothing here will hurt you," Ivy tells him as she stalks forward. More creatures join her, strange monsters that hiss at him. But Batman fights his way free of the vines. He grabs a thermite from his belt and activates it, spraying the white-hot flames all around him, burning everything. Long ago, Pamela is packing up her lab, trying to escape in the night, but she hears the click of a lock on the door. Suddenly, there is fire everywhere. She is terrified. Angry, everything burns. The flames lick at her skin. Now, Batman presses forward, the flames from the thermite scorching Ivy, pushing her back. She begins to scream as she seems to melt. Finally, it is over. The flames begin to die out. "Pennyworth, is she down? What are you seeing?" Batman asks over the comms. But it isn't over. More ivies begin to appear, stalking from the shadows, seeming to grow from the vines. They all smile at him. Batman takes a step back and revs his chainsaw gauntlets. "Kid, I'm seeing something big. It's up with you. It's part human and part plant. But it's more than that. It's part everything," Alfred warns. Batman readies himself as the ivies begin to surround him. "Come on then! Try it! You're not even real!" he roars at them. "No, they're not, but I am," a voice calls to him. Batman whirls as the real Ivy appears behind him. Her body has a human shape, but her hair flows down in a leaf-like structure. Flowers grow from her chest, needles extend out from her arm, and a third eye blinks at him from her shoulder. Vines grow from the ground as she gets closer, wrapping around Bruce and holding him in place. "Welcome, Batman." "To your wish," Ivy whispers. Her torso splits apart into a wide maw, revealing rows of sharp teeth. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, Martha has gone to Gotham Central Station to use a payphone. She sighs and dials the number that she could never forget. "I didn't know if you'd answer, especially after all this time. It's me. I wasn't followed," she says. But there is nothing but silence on the other end. "Are you still there?" she asks softly. Silence for another moment. Finally, a voice answers. "We're always here, Martha. We knew one day you'd come back to the Court of Owls."
Outside of Lincoln, New Mexico, Martha Wayne does as she was instructed, disembarking from her plane and walking down the long stretch of lonely road. She reaches for her phone and calls Bruce, but her son doesn't pick up. "Bruce? It's Mom, honey. I'm not sure if this message will go through, but I'm going to be out of town for a bit. There are some things I need to take care of," she starts to say, trying to explain. But suddenly, a tactical vehicle comes to a screeching stop in front of her. The doors slide open to reveal the Owls. They begin speaking the secret passcode phrase, but as Martha says her portion, one steps up from behind and pulls a black bag over Martha's head before stuffing her into the back of the vehicle and driving away. Meanwhile, within the great Gotham tree, Batman roars as the battle engulfs him. The Ivy clones swarm him, but Batman whirls and attacks. "Come on, Batman! Don't fight!" the true Ivy calls. Batman turns and backhands one of the Ivies away before stomping and crushing the head of another like lettuce. "Kid, the density of the spore's up there. If that cowl comes off, you'll have moments before you're compromised," Alfred warns over the comms. Batman flexes and the spikes on his cape extend outward, stabbing 3 more of the Ivies that leap for his back. "Then it won't come off. Now find me a weakness," Batman snarls as he leans forward and impales another Ivy on his cowl blades. Batman rears up and grabs 2 more Ivies, 1 in each hand, and squashes their heads. "I'm looking, kid, but if there's a soft spot for her, I'm not seeing it," Alfred reports. It was some time ago, after the fire, Ivy's mother came to see all that remained, Ivy's heart. But her heart was changed. Ivy could sense her mother, could sense the black that was growing inside of her, that would kill her the next day. She wanted to tell her mother the truth about the men who would do anything to keep the world in darkness, but Ivy couldn't. She didn't have a mouth anymore. She wanted to reach for her mother, but she didn't have arms or hands anymore. But she was desperate, and suddenly, something new grew from her heart. Now, Batman activates his chainsaw arms and cuts through the last of the Ivy clones. He stops and tries to catch his labored breath, but the true Ivy is behind him. "Why are you fighting me, Batman? We're on the same side!" she shrieks. Batman turns on her, slashing through her body, but Ivy merely splits apart. Her torso becomes a mass of gnashing teeth and eyes. "You can be so much more! You're halfway there! You just need to embrace it!" Ivy promises him. Days ago, Bruce refused to give up on his friends. He journeyed into the sewers, but there was no sign of Waylon, just the roars of an animal echoing off the stone walls. He went to the Iceberg Lounge, where Ozzy's goons beat him up. Edward refused to open the door to answer his riddle, and Harvey's office said that he was on a leave of absence. All he had was his mother's message, but he refused to listen to it. Didn't want to hear her excuses about what he saw. Now, a tentacle grows from Ivy's head and slams into Batman, driving him into the ground. "I'll take it away, Batman! That soft spot, that pain! We're becoming one, you and me. I can feel how much you're hurting," Ivy tells him. But Batman rolls over and chainsaws through the tentacle. "Get out of my head!" he roars. But he can still feel her inside his mind, still hear her. She fires strange spores at him that eat through his chainsaws, destroying them. "No! Join me! Be my knight! together, we can beat them, she snaps. Batman struggles to his feet as the monster that Ivy has become stalks towards him. Batman reaches up for his cowl blades and readies himself for the fight. Ivy regards him for a moment before sighing. Fine then, I'll drag you into the light, one way or another, she snarls. Meanwhile, somewhere unknown, the bag is finally pulled from Martha's head. She stands on the tarmac of an abandoned runway, surrounded by members of the Court of Owls. You knew the rules about communication, the consequences for breaking them. So why, Martha? Their leader asks. Because something is happening in Gotham right now. Something that I believed was worth the risk, Martha tells him. The owl shakes his head. What gives you the right? This is how we've survived. Just because you were one of us, he starts to say, but Martha interrupts him. I wasn't just one of you. I was a Talon. The best Talon. You all know what I did for the court. That's what gives me the right. And maybe surviving was enough before, but the truth is, Batman changed that, Martha tells him. The owl ponders this for a moment, before finally nodding his head. Then you can blame Batman for what's about to happen, he says as he raises his pistol. The tree. Ivy's tentacles grow and harden, stabbing into Batman, bringing a cry of pain from the hero. Stop denying what you want. You wish to reshape things, just like I did. You blew the seeds across the city, but now you're afraid of what you've sown. Well, change is coming, whether you like it or not, Ivy snarls at him. Days ago, Alfred received new orders. Command had ordered him to shift his focus from Mr. Grimm to Batman. That's his new target. A voice calls into the bunker, and the door opens to reveal Harley Quinn and her band of Red Hoods. Miss Quinn, what are you doing here? Alfred asks. I'm here to help with this Batman thing. We all are, she tells him. Elsewhere in the city, Dick Grayson stares up at the ceiling. All right, Dick. Tomorrow, you do something about him, Dick promises himself. Now, the green grows up and wraps around Batman, holding him in place. Ivy brings him forward and smiles. They see the change, Batman. The ones whose plans you disrupted. The ones who hate change. The worst of them is here. Their leader. Their horned king. Looking down and smiling from somewhere high above us both. The tricks he plays. The deals, the pacts, the bargains. Carving up the world with his minions. We have to stop him, Ivy tells him, almost pleading. I didn't think he could be stopped. All those years he kept me locked away, scrambled by those noise guns, pulled apart. But then one day, there you were. I knew I could join with you because Grimm is coming for you. Just like he came for me, Ivy tells him. She turns and Batman stares up at the massive spore pods in the center of the tree. Maybe if you were willing to evolve on your own, to become what's needed, you might be able to stop him, Batman, she says. But she turns back and shakes her head in disappointment. But you're not. When I release these spores from this place, I'll make you something new. I'll make everyone new. We'll be strong, beautiful, a new kingdom. And together we'll stop him, she promises. Stop! Ugh! Don't do this! Batman growls, struggling to break free. Days ago, he met Gordon on the streets. "Bruce, I need to talk to you," Jim had told him. Bruce shook his head and glared at the old man. "No offense, but the last thing I want to talk about is you and my mom," he said. Jim shrugged. "It's not about your mom. She's a grown woman and I'm a grown man. Nature is nature, but this is about you," Jim told him. "Bruce, I know," he finally said before sitting on a nearby bench. Bruce stared at him for a moment before realizing what he meant. "Oh, okay," Bruce finally said softly. "How did you?" he asked. Jim glanced at him. "Son, 6'9", 400 pounds, doesn't exactly blend in. And I did pull you out from a pile of bats once," Jim points out. Bruce leans forward as he thinks about this. "Does my mom know?" he asked. Jim shakes his head. "Believe it or not, I don't think so. Her brain's engaged in some mental gymnastics to avoid the obvious," he points out. The two sit in silence for a moment. "Are you here to tell me to stop?" Bruce finally asks. "Do you want me to?" Bruce pauses for another moment. He's unsure, but explains that Batman is becoming too big. "I wanted Batman to affect the city, to shine a light on things, but now..." "You didn't expect him to become the light himself, the big old beacon in the sky," Jim finishes the thought. He looks to Bruce for a moment and finally gives him some advice his daughter gave him when he became mayor. She said, "Dad, a tree grows taller when you care for its roots." Jim told him as he stood, "You have good roots, son. I know you'll make the right choice when the time comes," Jim tells him before walking away. Now, Batman struggles against the plants that hold him, but suddenly, he is cut free by Officer Gordon. "Shh, she'll hear you. Stop struggling, I got you," Barbara whispers. "SWAT is about to bust in with a dozen sonic rifles, so we need to get out of here before she figures it out," she hisses. But Batman shakes his head. "No, the spores. She's going to release them across the city. We have to destroy them. Do you have any explosives?" Batman asks as he picks up his own sonic rifle. Barbara shakes her head. Ivy suddenly whirls on them, glaring. "I thought we could be allies, but I was wrong," she hisses at Batman. The airfield. Martha doesn't even flinch at the sight of the pistol. "I always believed we owls stood for something. We were the ones who fought back from the shadows against the rich and powerful. We were warriors, fighting for a better world. Proud, wise, vicious owls. And yes, they crushed us. He crushed us. So now, maybe we need to be something new. But not by hiding or by changing who we are at our core. If that's what we're about, you might as well pull the trigger," she tells him. The owl ponders this for a moment before firing. At the tree, Ivy charges with a hiss, but Batman pulls the trigger on the sonic rifle, tearing her apart at the cellular level and knocking her away. Her body pulls apart, and Batman sees the truth. "You think that sound gun can destroy me?" Ivy snarls. Batman shakes his head and steps forward. "No, but it shows me what I suspected. When you bonded with me earlier, Dr. Isley, I saw. You want me to evolve, but you haven't gone all the way yourself," he says as he motions to the heart beating in her chest. "Your heart, the last piece of your human self. You kept it. Destroy the spores or I'll destroy your heart. You could regrow it, but it wouldn't be that one. the one your mother held. Batman takes a step forward and aims the sonic rifle, but Ivy finally shrieks for him to stop. She motions with her hand, and the spores begin to explode behind her. Her dream of changing Gotham falling to the ground. Her body shifts and she becomes monstrous. You fool! We could have saved everyone! Everything! You've only doomed yourself. You're just small, weak, and human. She snarls. Batman nods as he turns up the power on the rifle. Yes, I have been, but not anymore, he says before blasting her apart. Barbara hits him on the shoulder. SWAT is here, let's go, she shouts. The two quickly slip away as SWAT storms the chamber, finding the remains of Ivy, her true heart gone. I'll kill you, Batman, you monster, she promises. Batman and Barbara find their way to the edge of the tree. Batman, what happened back there? You destroyed her heart anyway, Barbara softly points out. Batman nods, not looking back at her. She said to fight what's coming, I needed to evolve. I just took her advice, he says, before leaping off into the night. The next day, there is a knock at the Iceberg Lounge. Frustrated, Ozzy checks it expecting Bruce, but it's just the delivery man. Edward checks his camera, but Bruce isn't outside with a riddle. The waters of Gotham sewers part, and a human Waylon Jones steps forward. Hello? Bruce! Are you here? Bruce! He calls. But Bruce is nowhere to be seen. Batman stands atop a tower and looks out over his city, his grip tightening on his axe. The message from his mother starts to play, but he deletes it. He is alone. And that was the full story for Absolute Batman, issues 1 through 18 by Scott Snyder, including the Absolute Batman 2025 Annual and the Arkham Special. What did you guys think? Where does Absolute Batman rank in your Batman favorites? Let me know in the comments down below, and like and subscribe to help out the channel. I'm Dan with Comicstorian, and we will see you next time. Rest in peace, Benny.